sending data, I believe.
To the stream?
Yeah, it's going to the stream. So you'll just... Oh, and it's live right now. So.
Oh, you said it's a... Oh, it's just
I
live.
don't know. It just went live.
That's fine.
I hate that shit, but it is what it is. So
whatever.
We're just live right now. That's all.
Take the audio off. What's up, stream?
All right, we want to welcome you to Iron Springs, Utah, just west of Cedar City, Utah. We are getting ready to run the Youth Enduro Series here, and we have the current racers right now that are climbing up to the start. So they have quite a pedal up there. It's going to take them a little while to get up there, and then we will start dropping in racers. We want to welcome you today. It is 40 degrees, but it feels much colder with a little bit of the breeze coming through. It was actually warmer. It felt warmer half an hour ago, but it is kicked up. Just a little note, did some counting here. We have about 224 racers today. 201 of them are from Utah. We have 10 from Idaho, 2 from Nevada, 3 from Arizona, 2 from New Mexico, and 4 from Colorado by my count. And we will try to give you their name and the city that they are from and the state they're from as they drop in, and give you some information about them as they get ready to race. We have quite a few cameras out there. We'll try to give you as much footage as we can as they drop in and begin down this course. The Youth Enduro Series, I do believe, is in the 4th or 5th year here in Iron Springs. This location is quite remarkable in that it has pretty good elevation to drop from without a whole lot of mileage to get that in. So it's a pretty good downhill course with just a little bit of pedaling from time to time. These racers today will be doing 3 stages. We will live stream the first and the third, and we will be, during the second, we will be actually moving to the third stage to film that one. So the second stage we will not have as much live stream action for you. It takes a while to move cameras and get set up. I was talking about this area. I'm on the Iron Trailcraft, who helped build these trails for the Youth Enduro Series about 5 or 6 years ago, and they are some fun trails that get ridden year-round, but when they're built mainly for this Youth Enduro Series. Each of them has the letters YES in it for Youth Enduro Series, so they're all named with YES. So the first one that we're going to be coming down is Yes Please. Yes Please is, they're going to stay on that track most of the way down. The other ones is a combination of several different tracks that we try to change up every year. So the second stage will actually start on a trail called Yes Ma'am, and then it will jump over to a Jessup's trail and finish on Yes Sir. So as you can see, there's everything was named with YES. Probably one of the favorite trails here is Sidewinders, that has YES capitalized in its name. And it will not be ridden today because we had snow yesterday. Believe it or not, as sunny as it looks today, there was a good 20-minute blizzard with snow for several hours during that time as well. Like I said, this is, you can see the racers there climbing on the road up there. There's a road that takes them a good share of the way up, and that's not a bad climb. But once you get up to where you really start climbing, then they ride a trail called Jess Ups. So it's supposed to be the up part of the trail, and that'll take them right to the top, where all 3 of these races will begin in that general area. You can see the wind at the top is a little bit going through some of those banners there, and so it is more windy at the top than it is at the bottom, but all of it's pretty cold, so hopefully these riders have some good warm gloves on, especially for coming down. And we are back live here. We have several girls, many girls racing today as well. Again, a good majority of them are boys, but there are quite a few girls that will be racing today. And as I was saying before, we will have quite a few that are from out of state. I have a count of total of 6 states represented: Utah, Idaho, Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, and Colorado. So we want to welcome all of those out of the state coming here to race in southern Utah. I talked a little bit about the weather. In fact, the last 3 years here we've had pretty bad weather. We had really good weather early this week, 70, 80 degrees, and then yesterday it dropped clear down into the 40s, and last night it was down into the 20s. So we had snow out here yesterday. It didn't really stick too long, but it certainly has wetted the trail. And these trails are actually made of mostly granite sand, and so they'll actually function quite well today. They don't really get sticky muddy, which is really nice. There's not a lot of clay in this part of the trail, and so they should be pretty fast today with lots of moisture packing them down. You can see here that many of the parents and fans are climbing up to watch their racers. But the racers, being an Enduro series, they must climb up there, which they're not timed on, but that's part of the Enduro series, just to actually climb and get to the top, and then they're timed on their way down. As soon as we get racers up to the top and get started there, we will start dropping in and talking about racers as they drop down through this course. I actually ride out here quite a bit. My name is Cody Christensen, and I ride these trails quite a bit, especially in the early spring and late fall, when the rest of the trails maybe get a little muddy, because the sand here does not get too muddy. And they are a blast. These trails are a blast, and there are several places where they will be traveling at pretty high speeds, and then they'll have to maneuver some pretty challenging features at some places where they go down through rocky chutes and have to choose on several lines to choose from as they drop in. It's a fantastic course, one that the public around here loves to ride as well. So we're excited to showcase this a little bit to you that aren't from Cedar City, Utah. Again, we are at a place called Iron Springs, Utah, in just west of Cedar City, Utah, in Iron County. A little history about this area. The reason it's called Iron County is the early pioneers that settled this area, they found iron in these hills. Lots of iron up here in these mountains, and I was telling one of the workers here that if you find a big black rock, you pick it up and you'll feel how heavy it is. It is actually lots of iron. You can actually see here on the screen a beautiful shot of one of the peaks that these racers will be racing around, and in the background the snow-covered mountains that were covered pretty good yesterday in a good snowstorm. On camera 2, you'll see some riders actually climbing. That is the Jessup's Trail, and they are nearing the top. I know that trail well, and a couple little hard turns here, hairpin turns they have to make right here, and you can see that the leader there has made that one. It's a little bit challenging there. It's a sharp turn and it's uphill at the same time. So you'll see a lot of racers struggle around that corner, and some will make it and some won't. But again, this is not time, but it's a critical part of the endurance of these racers to get to the top and then rest up a bit and then race down the course. You can see a long line of them in the camera 2 there that is taking a long climb to the top, and a few are just about there as they will peek out of that and come out to the beginning of Yes Please. I'm just about getting there at this point, and we will begin this race. The shot you're seeing now is actually of the parking lot at Iron Springs Resort. That is owned by the Nichols family, who owns much of the property that we are resting on here, and they are kind enough to allow us to use it. They allow use year-round, and it's turned into quite a little area for many people to come and camp just across the street. You can see that there's an entire RV park for people to come and stay. And then this is their giant parking lot, and they hold lots of concerts and all kinds of things out here in what used to be an old iron mine. So, in fact, you'll see giant hills all around this area that are giant tailings from the old iron mines that used to run. They still mine iron out here. There's quite a bit of iron. They're out further west of us now. They've found a little better deposits out there. And again, you can see there's still climbers coming up the Jessup's Trail, which is a nice we built that just to get riders up to the top without having to go too steep all at once, but it certainly does take a lot of effort to get up there. That last, I don't know, probably 3/4 of a mile is a pretty good climb, and you can see got a nice string of riders getting up there to the top, and some are already at the top, ready to go. All right, we are back, and we're starting to see racers get to the top here and start to prepare for the drop in. We'll get the information of who drops in here as we get closer to the start time. Again, you can see in this further shot out from our drone that those giant tailing piles there from the old iron mines, and much of these hills are covered with great big holes. We have a trail on the Three Peaks Trail System just further north that's called the Big Hole Loop, and it goes right by a giant hole that was dug out as they mined for iron here in Iron Springs. As I mentioned, Cedar City is in Iron County, which is named because of all the iron that was originally found here, and they had smelts all over the area as they refined that iron and settled this area. It is a beautiful area covered in juniper trees. We often laugh that they named it Cedar City, Utah, but later on they found out they were juniper trees, I guess a cousin of the cedar tree. Either way, that stayed Cedar City, Utah, even though they weren't truly cedar trees. They're very beautiful and hardy trees. They survive in this very deserty climate, and we enjoy them a lot to ride through. They're not hard to build through like some of your thicker forests. We have racers at the top. They look like they're getting ready to begin this race, so we will get some information to you. We have parents and family members and fans coming to see these racers finish the race. They're at the finish line, and we're getting close to dropping in our first racer. Still a lot on the way up though, so you'll see more and more riders get to the top as they take a little break, get their breath back, and get ready to drop in. From where they're at, they will race down a little over a mile to the finish line here, and they will navigate lots of different features. There's a rock wall on this first race on Yes Please, where they will have to either decide to take the wall ride or take a sharper corner. Each rider will decide which is the most beneficial to his time and to his ability to navigate that course. There are several places where it gets very steep, and then a few places where they'll have to pedal as they try to maintain their speed and get to the top. We have a really nice shot here of the starting line of Yes Please, and we are just waiting for the first racer to prepare to drop in. We are hoping that the weather will get a little warmer. It's holding at 40 degrees right now with a little wind chill that's actually quite a bit colder than that. And so we're just waiting and watching all these riders get to the top and get their rest as they get ready to drop in. Up at the top on just the Yes Please race start that you see right there, just to the north of that is another start that we actually call Sidewinders, which you will not see today, but it's a great trail. Probably my favorite trail up here, but it often gets a little muddy. It has a little more clay on it, so they will not be racing it. But just to the north and to the other side of this shot that we're seeing now, there is the Yes Ma'am, and they will be dropping down that. The beginning of that course drops very quickly at the start, drops very steep through some really rugged terrain. That one we will not be able to film that. It's pretty thick and rugged through there, but it's pretty difficult for these riders to navigate the first part of Yes Ma'am, and then they will connect to several other trails, as I mentioned before, as they finish that. And that will be race 2, stage 2, and then they will come back and begin again on this start that we're having right now, and they will come down that and hit several different sections on the way down there. So we've tried to build these trails so that we can change them up every year, give these riders that come back, give them a different experience, and also just make it a little bit challenging as they go through the stages, and try to give everybody that has different skill sets a little bit better challenge, as a little better advantage in some situations. Some riders are better at certain situations than others, and so each stage will provide challenges and benefits depending on the rider and the rider's skill sets. This is a great shot you're seeing from from the drone, and you can see that the old iron mines there, the tailing piles, a lot of it now you see a solar farm, so a lot over time you see how history has evolved, and we have different technologies now. So some of those old mining pits now are being filled back in with the garbage that comes out of Cedar City, and they've slowly been filling those back up. But right now they make great trails for us to, or mountains for us to navigate down and begin the race. It looks like they're getting the starting line a little bit ready. It looks like we've got lots of riders at the top ready to begin the race down the hill. Are you on?
We on.
All right. Got Robert Herbert here, who is the owner and race promoter here for Youth Enduro Series. I was talking about the Youth Enduro Series, how everything was yes. I haven't told them how embarrassing it was when I was wondering why everything was named yes 5 or 6 years ago, and we started this. And I was like, why is everything yes? Youth Enduro Series. Oh, yeah, I should have been a little more intuitive.
It's perfect. I mean, it's actually a segue, and we were talking about it at the riders meeting that we just had a few minutes ago. But, yeah, everything's Youth Enduro, and they were specifically built for the Youth Enduro in mind. So they're actually purpose-built Enduro trails that we've made everything where it's super safe options. They have go-arounds, it's A-B lines everywhere, but they definitely, the faster you go, the more technical it gets. So it's kind of any speed you go, it gets better, but not too many places can say that they have purpose-built trails for like an enduro race. So we're pretty proud of that and excited, but it's a huge shout out and thanks to not only you, Cody, but Iron Trailcraft and everybody who comes out to help maintain, to build the trails in the first place. It's been 5 years in the making now, I think, at this point. So
yeah, I was trying to tell the listeners out there how many years, and I'm glad to hear you that I was right. It was 4 or 5 years ago that we got all this started. They're not just ridden for this race, though. They're some of my favorite trails in all of our systems here in Cedar City. I was just bragging about Sidewinders, which we won't get to see today because it has a little bit too much clay on it, and so it's probably muddy. But the rest of these have a lot of that granite sand in it, so they actually ride really well when they're a little bit wet. It should be a good day for these racers.
Mint is the word I keep hearing in Hero Dirt. It literally is Velcro out there. Like, these trails are never better than what we got. But a huge shout out to the kids, the families, everybody who came and stuck with us through what was actually a blizzard yesterday. Very wet snow, and even the media crew that was out here, they were awesome, and they stuck here. I mean, this is a huge infrastructure we've set up, and this has not been seen anywhere in the world. We're actually live on Pink Bike right now as well, too.
Awesome.
So it's being shown on 2 different channels. Like, this is big things that are happening, and we couldn't be more excited to do it, especially for the kids. The kids are so much fun in these trails, and the camaraderie that we'll see and be able to showcase today is just awesome. I mean, we're about 3 minutes from race start. It's going to be a good day.
I think that's one of the things that I've enjoyed most about watching series. Is I come from the world of football and wrestling. I coached those for 20 years, and there's mostly just not a lot of camaraderie until maybe years later when you actually like each other again. But it seems like at these races, these kids just love and they support each other and excited for each other to succeed. So
yeah, they're making
new
friends.
About that. Yep,
that's
absolutely.
What's cool. We have kids from 8 different states here today. It's fantastic, and they're traveling, and the parents they've never seen anything like this before. And like I keep preaching over and over again, this is not an adult race with some youth categories in it. This is a purpose-built Youth Enduro series that we've designated exactly for these kids and this purpose. And there are no adults out here racing today, and the kids are awesome. But yeah, we see Kevin right there. He's actually the one kicking the rocks off. Dylan was up there a few minutes ago. So we're getting ready to go. I'm getting excited. This has been a long time in the wait here.
A couple racers are up here at the top ready to begin. Don't know their numbers yet. We'll get that information as they get closer to dropping in and let you know who they are and where they're from. As we said, you said 8 from 8 different states. Yeah, I did some counting. Quite a few from Idaho, a few from Nevada, a few from Arizona, a couple from New Mexico, some from Colorado, and of course Utah is in there as well. So Utah's filling out the biggest part, of course, being here in Utah, but a lot of them are from northern Utah, which is quite a ride to get here. I see some from New Mexico, that's probably a pretty good drive to get here. So
yeah, Albuquerque. I know there was a couple from Albuquerque. I saw on my list earlier.
Aztec is another one that I saw. So, and then Idaho. That's also because we're at southern Utah. That's quite a drive for them. We're near the bottom of Utah, so they had to drive through near the entire state of Utah to get here to southern Utah. But it's a great place to come ride. And all right, we're about 1 minute from dropping in. We're getting the message here. And excited to give you some information of who that is when it pops up here on our screen.
So Advanced Boys will be dropping first. We're super excited, and then it'll be Advanced Girls after that. We had actually a couple super last-minute additions. They just bumped up a category to the Advanced Boys class while we were doing the riders meeting. So that's awesome. We appreciate that and encourage that. These kids are fantastic. And as soon as we get some footage here on course, like, it's going to be spectacular. And like I tell people, it's not what they think it is. It's not little tricycles rolling down this hill. These kids absolutely rip.
As one who rides these trails quite a bit, and I actually can see my times against some of these times that are posted on Strava, these kids are flying.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little
There we
older,
go.
so that's my excuse. All right.
Riders on course.
We have Mitchell Alberg, rider 147. He is from Harriman, Utah, and he is making a great drop into this course. Coming to that first big turn, nice. Handles that corner well.
Get down here a little bit of pedal, and this is a big, like, G out right there that
Yeah.
he comes out of. Next couple
Ooh.
jumps, and then
Got
it's
him.
going to be fantastic.
He got a little bit bucked there, which happens to me every time I hit that. Yes, this next part right here is a beautiful part of this trail.
Rider 2 on
All
course.
right, Cam McFarlane, rider number 100. He is coming to us from just down the road, St. George, Utah, and he has dropped in.
Cam McFarlane, and they've been coming out to the races for years. The whole family is just amazing people. It's so much fun. And here we go. Here's the big Yes Rock. Let's see which line he takes. He goes the low line on there.
Yep.
That thing is cool.
That's fantastic. And I don't know if there'll be many that take that high line. I'm not sure it's faster unless you really hit the right line on that.
No, I think you're definitely right.
All right.
We got 3-4 riders on course now. It goes fast
Yeah.
once we get this show started.
Jonah Trujillo, rider 198. And he is coming to us from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Again, one of those Albuquerque, New Mexico is quite a ride to get here. So appreciate them coming here to southern Utah to this race.
This is huge. I just got to keep commenting on Insider MTB for doing this coverage. It's never been done in Enduro before, and to have, 12 different cameras, some drones up in the sky. Cody sitting here commentating for us. Like, this is epic. Like, this is so exciting for the future of mountain biking. So stay tuned. It's going to be fun. We've got another 150 or so kids to drop on 3 different stages.
Awesome. We had another rider drop in, rider 93, and he is Jefferson Hurst out of St. George, Utah. These riders, maybe from St. George, used to a little bit of this type riding. Of course, what they do down there is a lot. They have a lot of the trails that are similar to ours, but they also have a lot of the mesas, so probably a lot of conditioning in them as well.
A little bit chilly for those guys up here today.
Nicholas Kalm, rider 222, has dropped in. I am not seeing a city that he is from, but welcome him to here in this race.
Uh-oh, the anticipation's building down here in the finish area.
Here we go. We got rider 124, Jackson Davis, has dropped in at the top. As we said, we're getting a rider coming down here to the finish. And Mitchell Alberg should be finishing.
And you know what I love about Enduro, and especially this format, there's that kid, he was sending it huge,
Yeah.
is that there's never a dull moment in it. You know, this isn't like other formats of racing. There we go, first finisher coming through right there.
Fantastic. Mitchell Alberg.
It just keeps the excitement going, and there's kids
Absolutely.
all over this course.
It's hard to know exactly what to talk about here because we got so many riders on the screen, but nice finish there at the end. Nice sending it there for Cam McFarlane.
That family is a fantastic family, as is everybody else out here. It really becomes family for all of us. It's kind of our extended family, as I talk about all the time, but it's just so much fun to see everybody for the first race of the year.
We've had 2 riders drop in since then. I want to give them some credit here. Braden Campbell out of Greenwich, Utah, and Caleb Askeroth. And also, I don't have the city that he's from. Askeroth is a name here in Cedar City. He may very well be from Cedar City. Not exactly sure.
Alex, our head scorekeeper, he's telling us we've got the first several finishers coming through, so that's looking awesome. We're going to change screens here and get you guys some results, but there is also live results playing online. You can find the link directly from our website on the home page, but also the results page and the Iron Springs page. Just click the live results link. It'll take you to Zone 4, who's doing our timing today, and you'll be able to follow along with everybody throughout the day. So it's looking awesome. We're having a good day out here. The weather's amazing, and so thankful that the snow broke yesterday.
Yeah, when I called you yesterday afternoon, I think the word you used was disaster because we had a full-on blizzard out here. But
It was. We were just trying to keep things tied down, so it's been a sprint. But kudos, hats off to my crew, everybody, the media team, Insider MTB that's been out here. Cody came out here and trudged through the mud to get over and do some test runs. But, yeah, it's looking awesome. But we got more finishers coming through. There's a couple.
Yeah, we're getting some great finishers. So far, we have Mitchell Alberg with the fastest time at 3:19, and then Jonah Trujillo at 3:20, and in third, Jefferson Hurst at 3:24. So good times. Like I said before, there's no way at my age I would even dare go that fast down these trails anymore. So
we still try. I still, but these kids are putting it to me, and man, I built these trails. I know all the lines out there, and these kids have they're putting through some times. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I had a Yeti there for a while, and it would go down these trails as long as I hung on, it was going to make it. But sometimes I was worried about whether I was going to hang on.
There's something always for everybody out here. It's pretty cool.
You know, there's a couple of these curves that are actually really sharp. So you get cruising along, and then you've got to really navigate your speed and cut that speed quickly and then get back up to speed. So I think the riders who do those kinds of things, who transition between those fast and slow, will do the best here today.
We had a full downhill bike on course, and if it's the bike I think I saw yesterday, it's a single speed full-on downhill bike with 8.5 inches of travel. So kudos for him. It's a little bit pedally in some spots, but he's definitely going to eat up the rocks in the big technical sections that come on stage 3.
Yeah, and that's what I was speaking about that right before you came on, Robert, that the trails here will definitely help all the riders in different areas with their different skill sets. So some riders that are just better at smooth and fast, and then some that are better at the technical stuff. So it should kind of even out some of these times as they go through the different stages and get their total score.
Absolutely. And what I really like about it is it complements the entire series. So truly at the end of the year, when riders come together at the end of the year to see how they did, it brings the best rider to the top, best at all levels, which is Enduro. It's trying something different. These aren't park stages. There's no chairlift here.
Right.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So it adds a definite mix to the whole thing for everybody, and I think it's a good challenge for everybody. The kids like it, and where else could we be riding this time of year?
No, yep, and that's like we said, we had snow, but because of the different dirt that we have here in Iron Springs, it cleared up and we were able to ride, and as you said, they're calling it hero dirt. So
it's good. We've got about 7-8 riders on course, it looks like right now. The start line keeps sending them, and here they keep coming off the final jumps and stuff like that, which I just love.
Yeah.
These kids eat this stuff up. You know, there's so many things where they can't do that stuff, but we embrace it here, and we do it in a safe format. And we've got medics on course. We've got everything planned out for this thing. It's cool. I like how it's come together.
Absolutely. Love the fact that, you just see a rider take a jump there and actually choose a very good line. Some of these, they weren't initially meant to be jumps, but more of water, keeping the water off the trail. But over time, they've turned into some nice jumps for these kids. So,
absolutely, they make the best out of it. And the fun part is that people come out here throughout the winter and they kind of enhance the terrain on their own and add their own unique features to it. So it's super fun. It's a good place for everybody. So hats off to Iron Springs for letting us do this and be out here, and visit Cedar City for supporting the whole broadcast. Insider MTB coming out and doing it. Our buddies over at Tri-State GMC, Dave over there, has been doing a fantastic job of helping this along. He sees the goal and the vision. And, everybody's been doing such a fantastic job. We've got a turtleback trailer on site over there for everybody. Josh and his whole family came out here from Tennessee to watch the race. Big supporters of the whole series, Big Mountain Enduro and Youth, and so we're going to be seeing them a couple more times this year. But we've got racers, and these guys, it's exciting to see how fast these guys are going.
Fantastic. Going to see some of these getting a little bit of a crowd down here watching these riders finish, and they come through, and there's a little bit of I don't think that was originally built. Somebody built that, probably when we weren't out here. Built a little jump, and those kids are having a ball as they come off that.
Yeah,
as they
yeah.
finish.
I didn't put that one in, but it's a perfect little sender because it's like a 30-foot backside to it, so you can kind of land wherever you want or go right around it.
That's right. You know, it's crazy when we build a lot of trails here in Iron County, and they all end up getting these little pirate jumps, and some of them we like, and some they end up trying to send you into the trees. But for the most part, they're pretty harmless.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job with them, and they create it, and that's the beauty of the whole thing here. And the footage on the right was just incredible there, the high shot of everybody coming in. But the finish line's just going to get busier and busier. There's that footage back. But watching these guys go in and out of the trees and everything, it's eye in the sky we got today for sure.
That's fantastic. We got Austin over there on the drone, and he is doing a great job of giving us some aerial shots, not only of the riders, but just the beauty that's here in Cedar City, Utah as well.
Something totally different than a lot of our other trail complexes out here, and it's cool because this is all south facing. I'm sure you talked about it earlier, but we can ride this all winter long. And well, for example, it snowed yesterday, and here we are with perfect dirt today, and literally just 3 days ago this place was dry as a bone. So it's exciting that the conditions came together for us, and yeah, it's pretty cool.
Absolutely.
Man,
I live
so
just
many riders out there.
15 minutes from here, and I had 4 inches in my backyard still this morning. So just across the valley, we have 4 inches of snow, but here where it faces south and in this more deserty landscape, it's dried right up.
Yeah, it's fantastic conditions today. A little chilly with the breeze, but the kids are doing great out there. We seen them out here. We got the Outlaw mountain bike team. Huge shout to Lake Flyers. We got Common Sol bikes. We got everybody out here. It's just cool seeing everything come through. And there we go. We got another finisher. We're getting down deeper now. We got to be getting into the 17-18s, I think.
Let's take a look maybe at our race results here. We still have that Mitchell Alberg at the beginning holding at 3:19.
That's fast.
That is really
so
fast. I don't even want to talk about my time compared to that, but yeah.
It's so fun. Like I still try to keep up on Strava with these kids.
That's right.
And I can't do it anymore. These kids are just ripping, and I'm showing up on every bike known to man trying to sneak some seconds off the thing, but these kids are just moving.
Yep, they are.
Staying on finish line?
I'm trying to fix the super source.
Finish line is getting a lot of riders riding through. I was trying to keep up with all the names, but probably will not be able to keep up with those as we go throughout the day. But
they start coming fast and furious. We send them every 30 seconds from the top of the hill, and they end up mixing up, and we'll get 2 at a time, or then there'll be a little gap. But
you see that aerial shot of those that just finished are already getting ready to head back up for their second stage. That's impressive that they bomb down and then again have to climb back up there. That was a great shot, an aerial shot of a rider coming to the finish line.
So we lure them back to the top. For those who don't know, we got fruit snacks and Oreos up there, but don't tell the parents because these kids are doing it. But I gave them a briefing at the riders meeting. They wipe the crumbs off before they come back down. But we lure them back to the top with some snacks and keep them well fed and energized throughout the day. And this is just definitely the spirit of Enduro. These kids do such a good job, and they take care of each other, and they really look after each other. It's so cool because you'll start to see some of the older kids take care of the younger kids when they get scared by a section. And it's neat that it's not necessarily so commercialized, that there's coaches and everybody out there, that the kids are truly just taking care of it. So it's a unique environment.
Yeah, so tell us a little bit about some of these rules. What if they have a mechanical or a flat tire? How does the rules work on this Youth Enduro series?
Yeah, we keep it pretty straightforward. You know, it's Enduro. Like, they're supposed to bring their own materials, but as long as they're keeping it within the community, as in the kids are helping the kids, we're fine with it.
Gotcha.
We do have a rule book out. It defines some different things. If they're changing big components like wheels or shocks or frames, then obviously we're getting into the rule book section of that. But the kids do a fantastic job of helping each other. Or, you know, sometimes they'll even carry shock pumps and help each other out in that kind of a way. But we try to keep it pretty loose. We're just trying to keep it fun for the kids and make it fantastic. But I do threaten the parents with the no hovering parents. This isn't football, and we're not going to the major leagues here, so no pit changes on bikes. Like, we're trying to do it, and it's supposed to be a fun environment for everybody and equal for everybody. So yeah, there's a lot of fun that's in it.
That's awesome. Well, you know, and those of us that ride quite a bit around here, some of these rocks are pretty sharp, so flat tires are quite possible. We got a combination of, as I was talking about earlier, granite, but on the other side of the valley we have a lot of lava rock, which is very hard on tires.
Yeah.
Which keeps you in business in your bike shop there, Robert. You know, I don't know how many tires I've bought from you over the years. So.
Yeah, I can't ride lava flow over at Southview without shredding a tire. It seems like I just always take one to the sidewall. But yeah, these kids are doing amazing, and out here, you know, without having that lava rock out here, it really keeps the bikes and bodies in check. So they're doing a fantastic job of getting through it. There's nothing too crazy out here, luckily, which is a good place. Everybody dust off the cobwebs from a long winter of probably not riding the bikes as much as we want to.
Yeah, and especially not being able to ride, you know, this kind of downhill race during the winter. These do get snow on them, and so we do ride them, but not nearly at these kinds of speeds. So we have quite a few racers that are coming in and finished now. We are still holding there, and the top is Mitchell Alberg and Jonah Trujillo and Braden Campbell. All of those round out the top three.
Advanced boys are taking, it looks like, about the top 10 spots there. Then we've actually got Ryden Salisbury and the 15-16 boys sneaking in with a 334.3. And yeah, oh my God, look at Aaron Aston.
Yes, we got a girl there
17
coming in.
to 18 girls, 349.1. Cody, I think that's faster than both of us.
By far. I'm not even going to comment there. She's coming really fast. Yep. And we've got quite a few riders on the course now. We're looking at...
I saw Mortimer name there, right there before you changed it, and they're from Phoenix area down there. Motomart team comes up in droves, and I know they'll have a huge presence at the Sunrise race a little later this year, so it'll be awesome.
Fantastic. So you've got a rider named Hawk Clapper. That was my high school mascot, was a hawk. What a cool name. You know, I always wanted a cool name like that. Of course, if you're going to be named Hawk, you got to be pretty tough, right?
Exactly.
You got to live up to that name.
Hey, if you're showing up to a youth enduro, you're tough as it is, because it's these kids. Like, and I said it, I made quite a big deal out of it at the riders meeting this morning. But big hats off to all the riders, all the parents, everybody who got these people ready to come out here and race, and especially with the weather we were getting yesterday. A lot of them were driving through it to get here. Like, I mean, that you don't see that in other sports, and I respect that so much. And to the families, my hat's off to you guys. We have a record turnout here at Iron Springs. I think we're about 130 here today. So it's huge, especially considering that this snow has been forecasted for the last 10 days. So big thanks to everybody coming out and putting in the work when it's cold and miserable.
Yeah, when it was snowing yesterday, I was like, oh man, is anybody going to want to race? So we kept looking at the apps. It was telling us it was going to clear off and get sunny, but it certainly took a lot longer than we expected.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a quick one and done kind of thing. And yeah, it goes pretty quick. Yeah, there's a ton of people. So it's fantastic. It's and the kids, you know, man, they're always smiling. They're always looking for jumps. And then if they weren't over here, there's like a little jump skills park at the parking lot. And they're over there sending it. So it's just fun. The kids are so exciting.
Yeah, I saw them yesterday just over here while we were trying to clear off some of this snow and stuff, getting it started. But they were making a whole new line just right side of the road there, jumping. So
oh yeah,
I thought, you know, I'm going to take my bike and hit that myself. It looked pretty cool.
Next time we come out with bikes, it'll be fun. I love that little G out. They just showed on that big screen. It's much bigger than you think. It's like 6 feet deep, and you can't take too much speed into it, or that thing will just send you over the bars, which it's about done a couple times to me. Yeah,
I've been bucked on that many times. I've learned to just try to scrub it, you know, not try to pull up at all, because it will just send you.
There they are sprinting. Oh, he just came off the yes drop. That's awesome up there. So he just came off that thing, and there's an A-B line there. But if you send it, that's a good 5-6 feet down to the landing. But again, it's a big, like, smooth rollout, so there's no real major consequences there, where you just go right around it. So we're in the segment of kids that are all definitely sending it. It's pretty awesome.
Absolutely. Got this, the view that you're seeing now is actually quite a little technical, maybe doesn't show it as well on the screen as it actually is.
It's right in the shade is the unfortunate part. But if we stick with that camera for a minute, like, we'll see some kids dropping off of that.
Right. And there is an alternate to the side, off to the left on the camera there. But that would slow you down quite
Can
a
you
bit to
repeat
take
that?
that left. So if they choose to go off that, it gives them a little bit, it maybe a second or two to come off that instead of going around.
More riders. That's dropping in at the top of the stage up there. We've got cameras all over this mountain, and actually what we're going to do between stages 1 and 3, while they're on stage 2, we're going to be moving cameras over. So we actually have scouted out, I say, but it was actually Insider MTB that was doing all the work. Austin and his crew that have been sticking with us. They're from California. They're not used to this cold, white, fluffy stuff. They were pretty bitter yesterday, but we're warming them up today. It's actually beautiful. The wind's going a little bit, but I mean, it's about 50 degrees out, so it's warming up nicely. And
Absolutely.
it's cool. I mean, these trails are going to ride in so good. Thankfully, we brought everybody here this weekend because selfishly, the trails are going to be good for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I was just going to say, they get right, when they get ridden on when it's a little bit wet, they become nearly concrete for us that get to enjoy them the rest of the year. So
Man, and
we're
I
glad
love
to
it.
see.
You know, watching the picture-in-picture right there, but at the kids at the start, I mean, these guys are getting after it. Like, they're not
Yep.
just noodling off the start.
No.
They're putting this all out there. They know what's on the line, and they're going to have a good time. And so many of these kids are coming to multiple rounds of the series, not just this round. I mean, most are coming to 4 or 5 rounds. And it's a 6-round series with national champs at the end of the year at Granby Ranch in August. So 6-round series will crown the overalls. The top 5 in the overalls will auto-qualify into national championships. And then we have a bunch of spots available for anybody else that wants to show up and cut their teeth against those that have been racing with us all year long.
Fantastic. What an opportunity. You know, this stuff, mountain bikes were just kind of getting started in the late 80s and 90s when I was young. It'd have been fun to have this as another sport. We were bashing a little bit on wrestling and football. That's what I played my entire life. But I have fallen in love. I did ride mountain bikes. We didn't have this kind of mountain bike. We had all hardtail and no front suspension either. So, you know, it's cool to see.
I think
that this
we've got
sport
your
has
original
grown.
rock hopper in the shop. I think we still it has the panniers on the side. It has the water bottle cages.
It was awesome. You know, on the trails, of course, back then, you thought you were going 100 miles an hour. You're probably going about 10. But without suspension, you know, they certainly felt a lot faster.
Totally different world. Totally different world.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool.
Look at
We're
these.
excited to be able to provide this for the kids and give them a different outlet. You know, I mean, there's so many of them that are kind of in that same realm. They don't like the stick and ball sports, or it's not their first choice, and they love riding their bikes. And so, but this gives them a different aspect, you know, and it's kind of that in-between ground of cross-country racing and downhill racing. It doesn't have the super gnar factor, and it doesn't have the shuttle factor. You know, I mean, this is what people do on a day-to-day basis. The industry knows it. This is what the riders do. The parents love it. The kids are out. They're riding. They're dirt jumping. Anything you're doing on 2 wheels, whether it's moto, mountain bikes, it doesn't matter. It's all good training for this.
Absolutely. You know, the cool part about, and I'm a big, you know, being a former coach and one who loves fitness, I mean, the main reason I still ride is to stay in shape and to get that good cardio. So we love to call it the earn the ride. You know, you earn your way up and then you get to enjoy the ride down. And Cedar City is actually full of that. We have a whole trail system, several different trail systems, but the Southview especially, our Southview trail system, encourage anyone in Southern Utah to come ride that this summer. But they are ride up and bomb down, and so they are a lot of fun, and you get in shape while you do it.
That's why we do it. We're getting old, Cody, but man, this keeps me young. At least I pretend I think so. But look at that. I mean, look at the dirt colors right there in the main
Absolutely.
screen. Like, it's awesome because it is so nice and wet, and this is just fantastic. I mean, these kids are just enjoying, honestly, the best conditions that we see here all year.
Check on our race results still. We're still, that Mitchell Alberg, he held a time right at the beginning that has held. He was, I think, the second or third racer down the hill. And maybe he was the first. But either way, he has held that time at 3:19 on this stage 1. So, Robert, this stage 1 is mostly on Yes Please. I think that it stays on all the way down. The other 2 stages will actually join some different combinations of trails, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we jump over to like Yes Ma'am, and then we've got a new section that's a little bit more raw that we cut in last year. just for the race, and it's off of Yes Please, and then we split off and then get back onto Sidewinders. This is unfortunately become our snow course that we have out here because we've got snow the last 3 years.
Yeah.
Within a couple days of the event, and I changed the weekend this year just for that. And of course, I picked the wrong one because the last 3 weeks was really 65 degrees and beautiful out here.
Yeah.
And then it was just miserable to be outside and doing this kind of stuff yesterday. But again, the kids stuck with it. They were out practicing, and they were hoping that the courses weren't closed for practice. I said, no, absolutely, get out there. So they worked with us, and we were scrambling, trying to get stuff in the ground because it's pretty hard to do in 40, 50-mile-an-hour winds. But kudos to the crew, everybody out here. It's been fantastic, and thanks to all you guys joining in and watching and supporting. It's this is going out. This is shaking up the industry, and I'm very proud of that. That's what we're trying to do here at Youth Enduro, and show them what Cedar City has to offer, and so many things all at the same time.
Yeah,
that was the beeline right there that they just took around that rock feature.
Which I wouldn't blame him on that particular part.
But then it's super high speed where he's at right now. And then he's actually about 200 yards from the finish line right there. It just pops up this little knoll, and then he comes, and they'll send it right off this jump here at the end, and then you'll see us sitting there. There's the star tent, and there's the finish line.
Fantastic.
Live video, let's just talk about that for a minute. Like, I'm sorry, but I'm totally geeking out on this whole thing here. This has not been done. This has not been done for mountain biking. Austin White, Insider MTB, his crew went out and did it for 2 of the US Pro XC races, which we love those guys. Ty Katie does a fantastic job with those races, but it's not the complexities of putting on an enduro live stream. And Austin has just crushed it and come against all the trials and tribulations we had yesterday. It's been absolutely incredible what these guys have put together and done. I couldn't be more proud. I'm thankful to call them part of our team as well, and what we're going to be able to bring for enduro and the rest of the year. Look out, Big Mountain Enduro and the rest of the industry. We're just so excited and turning this thing on its head and showing them what can really be done.
Yeah, we were teasing Austin a little bit yesterday that kept telling him the snow was going to end, and it just wouldn't end. And he stuck with us, and here it is, a beautiful sunny day. Being from California, he's like, I don't believe it. I'm trying to tell him it was actually more like 70, close to 80 Monday and Tuesday. And welcome to Utah. That's just kind of our weather, and so they've done a great job of sticking it out and putting these cameras all over the place. And I was here watching them put all this together. It's a lot of work. I mean, you get to enjoy all this, but a lot of work to get all these cameras and to have it all connected and working well and testing the sound. And it's just been fantastic to be a part of it. And
to do it for the kids for the very first one, I think is just absolutely speaks to what we're trying to do here at Youth Enduro. This has been a project we've owned. We started Youth Enduro back in 2019, and actually the first one was down in St. George in February, and we got rained out down there. So apparently I'm not real good at this date picking stuff, but we're working on it. But to see Youth Enduro come and then be the first Enduro in the world that's done this. I mean, we're going up against some big dogs with Warner Brothers, who owns UCI and stuff like that, and we're kind of over here. We're trying to show them at least how we do it.
We just
there's
got
a crash up at the
on
top.
That curve. Yep. Yeah,
that's a steep berm, and
it is.
There, he's standing up. You can see that's legitimately a 7-foot-tall berm right there.
Absolutely, and it's got a couple really good lines that as long as you stay on it. If you get your tire a little too close to the top, which he did, it can spin out on you. So
he's going to straighten out his bars right there. He's hiding behind the tree. He knows we're watching him. We put him on. But no, that's a techie one through there. It's a big berm, and it's probably getting dry as all these tires are going over it.
Yep.
But he bounced right back up. But medics are out there. They're keeping an eye on everybody, so I feel very safe with everybody, and it's cool. It's the parents let these kids get out there, and they know it's part of the territory. And back to what we're saying, this is enduro, right? This isn't. They're not wearing spandex, and they're not wearing full pads. It's something in between. So
that's right.
Look at these kids just absolutely ripping.
Flying. I know,
dude.
And if you've actually ridden these trails, you know just how. There's that curve that we just saw.
He's staying low.
And probably the hard part is there's a little jump right before that. You got to decide whether you're going to really send it or try to scrub that and keep some speed. There's that G out section. He is sending it.
You got to stick with this kid for a little bit. He's going. There's another. That's that corner, and then there's a couple more jumps coming down this other one, and there's one that's about a 15-foot double that I'm pretty sure he's going to send it. There we are.
Yeah, nice.
There we go. There's another
Good
one, and then
little
he
jump.
shoots left. And that right turn right there is actually
Right.
the new trail that we cut in last year just for this. And it's very raw. We wanted that. We have a lot of, like, this one was actually tractor cut, a lot of this part of it. But that next trail was all hand cut, and we actually had to chisel into the DG to get enough of a bench cut in there to make it work. So it's been a ton of work, a ton of fun, and it's so rewarding to see everybody enjoying it, but also being able to live stream it to everybody. I think everybody knows that's watching this and appreciates it, but yeah, we're sending it out. Trust me, all the industry knows what we're doing right now.
That is fantastic. What a jump that kid hit there at the end. He's a good little rider. Coming in, I'll try to get some information on him.
And you know, the 15 to 16s, which I think is what's going right now, that is by far the biggest age group. It seems like everybody that's doing this is in that 15, 16. And again, hats off to them for a couple of them moving up to the advanced boys, which is a carryover category that we have in the BME as well. So yeah, these kids are pushing themselves and
He's coming down here, nearing the
getting
end
down
of this
towards
race.
that's a
Yep.
fast, flowy section after the rocks.
There's one little hill they have to climb, and then he will.
There's a fun little double
Drop
in there
in.
that I just unlocked the other day, and it was cool. It's like a rock, and it's a compression into it, and if you compress hard enough, the bike just kind of rebounds and floats you over.
it.
And I just found that one, and then I pumped the backside, and I was like, holy smokes, a new feature.
And coming off the finish
There he
again
is.
and sending
Nice.
it. Nice job.
There's the split
The
for
split
the
that will
later
come in
1 and 3
Stage
split.
3, yep.
So there's multiple splits on that same trail that we have, and it ends up being 2/3 of a new trail with the different variations we have on it.
So they'll have a little bit of familiarity, and then they'll have to navigate a whole new section they haven't seen. Here's this little bit of a section to finish. Look at them still lining up there at the top. Looking good.
And the craziest part about this whole thing is we're live streaming this right now to the internet, and I don't even have phone service out here. I can't even get a text message or anything. I have my two-way radio to our medical team and ops team, but outside of that, like, I mean, it's truly, I don't even know how many Starlinks we got going. We probably got at least 10 or 12 out here today streaming this whole thing, so it's pretty cool.
What a cool new technology that's
Hey,
going to
look, there we are.
service well. Yep, and he finished. Did a great job. There we are in the little van, talking it up as they come to the finish line here.
The comm vans. Man, they're sending them at the top. I'm watching. We got another screen 8 up there, and they just keep dropping them on a regular basis. And
Yeah, that was my goal, to try to keep up with that, but I quickly lost that as we started talking about how they were doing on the course. So apologize I was not able to give all of these names. Maybe later stage I'll be able to get more of the names as we get dropping in.
well, and they can also pull up in a separate window the live results, and they can see it. And then you can also filter between your category, so you can see everything as it goes. And with it being live results as well, when somebody comes in and either beats or goes behind, it actually is moving them around. So it's pretty unique. Like, I mean, even just 2 years ago, live timing for an enduro race was unheard of before. We've been doing it with different formats, but with Zone 4 coming in and doing it and bringing it to Big Mountain Enduro, it's been fantastic. But now to couple that with the live video, I mean, it's pretty cool. We're leading the charge here, and we're proud of it.
You know, it's I've actually been able to see this other screen. We got some results from other categories. So let's talk a little bit about this advanced 15 to 18-year-old girls. We had a Caitlin Scott at 3:49, and then Lily Stenson at 4:02, and Kayla Alberg. That must be maybe a relative of the Mitchell Alberg.
I think it's
That's got the boys.
She's got the genes, though. A 4:06.3 for Kayla. That's awesome. Caitlin with a 3:49.5. Like, those girls are moving. And it's so cool because this is the biggest female entry we've ever seen in an enduro whatsoever. We literally started off with like 2 or 3, and we're up to, last I saw, there was actually 19 female entries in this. And we're so excited, and they're doing such a fantastic job.
Hey, that hot clapper, I told you had to be cool. You got that name. He's holding the lead spot at the 17 to 18 boys at 3:30. So he is just 11 seconds off the overall lead of Mitchell Alberg. So
330.4. He's from Utah. We got Idaho in second place with Will Bybee. Will Daly's bringing up third. Utah right there, a 333.3. So let's talk about that. That's not even 3 full seconds between first and third in the 17 to 18 boys. These kids are competitive, and then you keep going down, and fourth is a 337, a 338, 339. There's 2 of them within 1/10 of a second.
Yeah.
It's awesome, and that's the top 10 or 12 right there. They're doing awesome.
And then that young lady we talked about earlier, Erin Aston, she's holding at 349.
349.1.
Yeah, 349.1 in the advanced girls, 17 to 18-year-olds. So doing a great job. In fact, she is the overall girls leader by 0.4 seconds, just barely over that Caitlin Scott we talked about earlier in the 15 to 18. So.
And there's still
Good
2
job.
more stages of racing, so it's going to be interesting because this one, I don't how would you rank this one, Cody? It's probably number 2. I think stage 2 is probably the most pedally course. It starts off the steepest right out of the top.
I was talking about the Yes Ma'am start is actually really steep and quite technical.
I wish we could have got some cameras in there. Some of our crew, Kevin, came out. He actually designed that one, and there's some real good A/B options, but it is definitely very tight and technical at the top, and then it kind of opens up, and then it turns into basically the bottom mile is about a jump line down there.
Yep.
And it's super high speed. It's going to be fun. Unfortunately, we don't have a ton of cameras over on that spot. We focused it on stage 1 and 3, but yeah, it's a cool spot.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. I would consider, my skill set more built for, and I think a lot of riders would be built more for stage 1 and 3. They're a little bit similar, but that second stage is going to really help some of those that maybe like that more techie, little bit more challenging. How do you manage this course riding than I think these other 2 stages are.
And it's constantly moving. We were up there on, I believe it was Wednesday before the storm came in, raking a bunch of rocks off of it.
Yeah.
But you know as well as I do, so many places out here in Bryan Head Resort, you rake the rocks off only for more to come back up. So it's a constantly evolving. There's the rider. He's going to go. That's the top side of that yes drop. He took the beeline there, coming around, and then there's a nice little kicker coming across the road right there that we have taped off. And he's, again, about 200, 250 yards from the finish line. We'll be seeing him here in just a second.
A little bit of a pedal there to the finish.
We got 15, 16 boys. Those are starting times are coming through for stage 1.
There he comes off the finish. Nice to see all those guys have a little bit of fun jumping right there at the end. So yeah, I love how you designed these courses, Robert. The choice to really be as gnarly as you want to be and to be as safe as you want to be, and I think that's important for all ages, but especially when they're.
The kids can ride with their parents, and a lot of times the kids are much stronger riders than we are, and so they're showing us what they can do, and then we still have a safe line out there. So there's a lot of super fun options, and again, it's purpose built for everybody. They can have a good time, and nobody's going to get hurt out here. It's just a great environment. We got a drone coming back to us, but yeah, the 15, 16 boys. Let's scroll on that screen. I mean, look how it's like 2 pages worth of people that we have on there. 324.6 for the fastest time. That's held down by Danny Van Stone. Braxton Nielsen, 326.8, and Cohen McClary for a 327.6. And then, oh my God, that's actually a tie. Now on our screen, just so everybody knows, it's showing the 1/10 of a second for those of you watching live timing, but we go down to the thousandths of a second on the back end. And there are times, and we had it for the first couple times last year in BME, that we went down to the thousandths of a second just to break ties. So the racing is competitive. I don't care what any of the media says. Enduro's alive and well, and we're going to be here to push it through.
I think that's great. Yeah, we have 2 tied there at third. Cohen McCleary at 327.6 and Porter Eskelson also at 327.6. So they're tied there, holding close at third. We can't see what that hundredth or thousandth is, but pretty good times. Again, these are fantastic times, and just 5 seconds off that fastest time that we had at 3:19. So these are competing even with those older advanced boys. So good to see that.
15, 16 boys, they'll be moving into the advanced pretty quick, I imagine, and then on up, and that's where we have the semi-pro and the big mountain enduro. And it's been cool because we're starting to see people that have now Trent Ellerman, for one, I'll give him a shout out. He thought about coming out this weekend, I know, but they have been moving through the ranks. He started off with us, and I think he was a 13, 14, went 15, 16, and he's now racing semi-pro, and he's going to be vying for the championship, I'm sure. He did very well last year. I think he was second or third in the series last year. And then I bet he's going to be applying for the BME Pro license here pretty quick. And that for us is very gratifying to see that these kids have started off at such a young age. They've progressed. Their bikes have, their talent has. The families are fully invested in them. I mean, they're crisscrossing across the country to get them to the events. And here they are going professional here in probably the next year or two. So to have graduates out of that, like that's a storyline that's going to keep coming for years to come.
It's like we were talking about earlier, just a chance for another sport. I'm a big believer as an educator at a high school for 28 years now. I'm a big believer in just having all kinds of opportunities for kids, and of course I'm biased that mountain biking should definitely be at the top of people's list. In addition to other sports they might play, it's just great, and it's something you can do the rest of your life, which is not to be said for maybe football and wrestling that I played. Once I got a little older, it was too rough and too many injuries. So.
Yeah, understandable for sure. And big shout out, we got some ladies on course right now. If I had to guess, it would probably be the 15, 16 girls that are on course, and they're ripping. Look at them go.
They are moving.
We've got them. That was the top they were just showing, and I just saw one come through the bottom. So there, she took the drop on Yes Please. Looks like she has a Park City shirt on, but it's cool to provide an alternative, for the stick and ball sports and get them out here. And look at, she's taking that. She's got a Lake Flyers hoodie on, as far as I can tell from here. And she's pushing. She's smashing that big gear.
Yep, and there's that G out. It's kind of fun to watch how different riders manage that, and these riders got out and rode these courses a little bit just to get a feel for them, and I'm sure they decided, all right, I'm going to take this one, I'm going to scrub some speed before I hit that, or it's going to throw me over the handlebars. So at least if you carry any kind of speed through that, you got to watch out. Getting quite a few riders still piling up there at the top. Will they go right into the next stage, Robert, or will they give them a little bit of break between the first and second stage? I think you got to change a few things on to third, but that shouldn't affect stage too much. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Yeah, so I've been watching, and most of them are going back up the road, which is good. They're going back up for the snack station up there at the top of the hill. And then we'll get a couple of them bunched up there at the top, and then we'll be dropping stage 2 as fast as we can. So we'll actually be having a ton of riders on stage 1 and stage 2. And then simultaneously we'll flop stage 1 to stage 3, and then we'll have riders finishing stage 2 and then still going over to stage 3. So we're running a lot of riders at the same time out here. It's pretty impressive.
Good. You got a rider coming in right now.
Oh,
actually, two pretty
she's
close
sprinting
to each other. Yep.
You can get them right there at the finish line. That's exciting.
We are. That 15 to 16-year-old boys is filling up with times. Look at how many are below 4 minutes, Robert.
Yeah.
It's just.
There's probably at least 20 below sub 4 minutes, which is incredible.
Which is incredible time. Yep. And even if they're not getting incredible times, like we were talking about, this is a great opportunity for them to progress. This is just like any other thing that you get better the more you do it, the more you challenge yourself. And when you first start riding a mountain bike, you barely maybe dare to go off something, and then a few months later you're going off that and wondered why you were scared, right?
Yeah, exactly.
These kids that race young, and the first time they do this, they might not have a great time, but the next time they come back, they just get faster and faster.
They progress every time, and that's what's so neat. And the beauty of this is that we get to have them for so many years, and unlike other things, we end up keeping them here for 5, 6, 7 years and see them progress and start off in our 10 to 12, 13, 14, anything, and then they advance, they graduate out 17, 18, and a lot of times they end up over at the BMEs now.
And
which
that's
is awesome. So we're giving them a future that they can do. It's not like a program where they basically is just a high school kind of thing.
Yeah.
We're trying to keep them going, and mountain biking's given us so much, and I owe so much to this sport, and this is our way of giving back. And so if we can do it for these kids, and these kids deserve it. The parents, I mean, everybody's out here. They're so awesome. I say it time and time again, but the youth enduro, the parents, the atmosphere, the kids, it's just such a fun, unique environment you do not see at other sports.
Yep. I think it's cool too to race. You're racing against each other, but you're also racing against yourself and trying to get that improvement. Boy, that young man just really hit that and jumped it. He took a good job of it.
Sent it.
Yeah, he sent that one. Like I said, some of those, you got to decide how you're going to ride that. But yeah, it's amazing to see you see your time and then you can improve on it without having to really worry about everybody else. I mean, you certainly want to compete, you want to do your best, but really it's great to kind of manage against your own time. I know that I do that myself just on my own Strava. I compare what I've done with what I did last time and just see if I'm getting a little better. Or it's a cool sport from top to bottom, whether you're doing it for recreation or whether you're wanting to race.
Well, and there's such a wide variety of what people are doing out here. I mean, there's some that are actually here racing and they're on teams and they have this whole big setup down in the pits and stuff like that. But then there's so many that are here just to have a good time kind of thing, and they make new friends, and that's what's so rewarding for us is when they end up saying that they met people from other states and then they'll reunite at the next round or the next round. It's just so much fun, and there's so many different things. It's not meant to be an ultra competitive unless you want it to be kind of thing, but we're trying to reward those that come out and those that are actually pushing as absolute hard as they can, and it's become a fun environment.
It reminded me of a sign I saw. They're getting ready for our NICA race sign-ups here. I saw it on the poster, and I loved that it said, "No bench, everybody rides."
Exactly.
And I love that fact that it's a sport where you just, it's not 11 spots or
everybody gets to compete.
Everybody gets to compete,
and whatever that means to that individual, and
absolutely.
Some are more built for racing, and some are built to just hang out and ride with their buddies and have a great time, and that's what we're here for. And it's just so cool to see so many kids dropping. I mean, we've got a ton of kids still at the top, and even whatever age group, I think we're probably,
yeah, we're 13, 14 boys. Look at that time, 3:41.5 for Daxton Mortimer.
He's one of those
13
Mortimer
to 14.
They're out of the Motomar kids down there. They actually have a full-fledged program. They do a fantastic job, and their team keeps growing over and over and over. So it's cool to see them come out. But that's for sure. That makes sense why he's a 3:41. I mean, he's 38 seconds up on second place right now.
Yep. Looking good, though. Got a kid sending it here. I'm watching some of these. As cold as it feels, sometimes that wind will hit me here, and there's some of these boys are riding in shorts all the way down.
Shorts and short sleeve and shirt tails hanging out.
Yeah.
We're sending up the drone. There it goes again for another shot.
That's awesome. I love that drone giving us.
I just saw Dill Pickle go by on his little moped back to the top of the hill, so he's probably going up and get stage 2 started and ready to go.
Fantastic.
He's been doing so much out here this weekend. He's got this thing marked while we were just trying to keep an awning from flying off the truck. So it's been a good weekend.
Well, it didn't start out so great, but it's ending up pretty great.
Exactly.
I've teased you on the phone. I was like, Robert, I think wherever you put this, you get the snow, whatever weekend you put it on. Boy, look at this score. We just had that score that we were bragging about get beat by a Nixon Eskelson, 3:35.6.
3:35.6.
So a full 6 seconds faster than the one we were just bragging about. That
and this
just shows the difference.
And this is what I love watching too. Like, different kids are doing different things, totally different bike setups. There's actually hardtails out here. I've seen
that one's wearing a full backpack too.
He's wearing a backpack somewhere, just the little fanny pack. I call them the Enduro packs, but it's such a wide variety, and I think that's so cool. And everybody just embraces it, and they're doing what's best for them, and it just makes it fun.
I've had a backpack or two save me when I crashed and landed on my back. So maybe that's some of the thinking.
Me too. And there's the top. You can see the quarry where they cut it down, and we're at the very top of the hill here on the property that we're on, and then it's BLM north of us at Iron Springs where they do quite a few other cross-country type races. But Yeah, it's a little hidden gem here. So many people still don't even know about it, and these kids are showing us how it's done today.
Yep. These trails are getting a little bit more known, but we could certainly use more tires on them year-round and encourage anybody to come out and, hey, time yourself against these kids, seeing what you're getting up here. It'd be a great chance for you to go up there and ride them and see. Just, sometimes when you're looking from a camera down, it's a lot different than when you're actually on that trail.
Yeah, it's definitely more technical than the cameras make it out to at times, but these kids are making light work of it. It's awesome. But yeah, out here at Iron Springs Resort is where we're at, and you can find the trails on Trail Forks or whatever your format is. They're pretty much up everywhere. And I promise if you come out and you think you're it with the Strava times, these kids will show you a thing or two.
Absolutely. The curves that it's showing there, again, that camera is showing it almost flat, but they are certainly not flat right there.
No, those are steep banked. It was a lot of work to get those things in there, so it's been good. But they're riding in awesome today, and I love seeing the moisture in the dirt because I was afraid this was going to be a dust bowl. So this is fantastic.
Well, see, it's your fault then. We got your wish with the snow.
It's my fault one way or another. He's dropping into that new technical section that Derek and the boys built.
Yep.
And it's actually an AB line with another AB line in it, and he definitely took the A line both places. Some drops, and then it spits you out super high speed where on the rider's left or right side of that screen, it catches up there. And now he's back on Yes Please.
Yep. Yeah, we kind of built that as just kind of an alternate line, and I think when we raced last year or the year before, I can't remember which one, they actually were taking that line, and we just decided to make that the line.
Exactly. And there he just went around one of the lips that somebody had cut in, and I saw it, and it's quite a little moon booter we got out there. That thing sent me about over a juniper tree, but it's super fun. It's cool that everybody makes it their own, makes it unique out here.
Absolutely. This curves that they're hitting there, he has to pedal a little bit, and then it should pick up some speed again as he comes through this area. There's actually a little rock jump right there, and you can really hit that if you want to carry speed through it. Again, though, you've got to watch where it lands you.
So fun. We've got I think 8 different cameras rolling right now, so I'm trying to keep focused on the ones that everybody else can see. But
I know. I get talking about, they're not seeing that one, but yeah, there's a lot going on right now. It's kind of good to see the different angles. I wish you guys could all see what we're seeing here. We'll try to keep panning through them.
And a big thanks to you, Cody, for coming out. Everybody, this is Cody Christensen. He's a mainstay of the valley for sure, and everybody knows him in the area. But not only that, but he's a huge educator of so many kids of this valley and a pioneer. They started a whole new program that was cool enough to see so many brilliant kids go through. But, I mean, for Cody to take his time out of the day, he's on Iron Trailcraft on the board of directors there, which is our local trail advocacy program. He's done such a fantastic job donating his time out here. To have a double masters standing next to me here in the booth commentating, it's flattering. And these trails, and I thought you'd be a perfect fit, and we love having you here. So a big shout out to you, Cody. We appreciate you, man.
Oh, hey, I just appreciate you thinking of me. I know a lot about these trails, and I love watching kids compete, and so it's fantastic for me to get to be a part of it. Thank you, Robert, for all that you do. You brought this here to Cedar City, which, I don't know, you've lived here, what now, about 6 years, maybe?
Yeah, since 2016. So.
Yeah, so, wow, you're almost 10 years.
Yeah, we're almost 10 years in.
But,
before the big wave.
Immediately jumped in, bought a bike shop, in addition to all that you do as a pilot and a million other things. We just appreciate bringing the races here, and it just helps us out a lot. It's really helped our culture here, and the mountain biking culture here in Cedar City. It's really growing here. For those of you that aren't from Cedar City, Utah, we have built, Iron Trailcraft has built nearly about 40 miles of trail in the Southview Trail system that has just been named. Last year it was named the USA Rec Trails, which is a very high-end recognition. So
it was a national trail
recognition, and we're very proud of that. And so it's getting quite popular for people to ride. It's covered in snow right now, so you wouldn't be able to ride it, but it will be here in a few weeks.
And there's so much new and exciting stuff going on with a sea trail rebuild, and Mac Urey, the president of our club over there, And Jeff Jacome, who's come out here, and he built the Just Ups Trail, which is actually the uphill trail. We're not using that today. But, you know, so many people have been involved, and there's so much forward progress in this area, and it's just exciting to be a part of it and showing it off for these kids to enjoy it. It's so rewarding when people say, I never knew this was here. And it's like, well, it's a little hidden gem we got out here for everybody.
Right. Yeah, and this one, to come out here and ride these, like you were saying earlier, you can ride these all winter long because they're south-facing, and so they get some good sun and they dry out quicker than anything else.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, my gosh. Easton Egg just came in, 13-14 boys from Arizona, 3:30.7.
That is flying.
So it's Easton, Nixon, Noah, Daxton, Marcus, Oliver, Banning, Cohen, Everett, Tegan, and Leo for probably about the top 10. But we just had somebody else sneak in there. I think it was Brody Clark with a 3:34. These kids are throwing it down today.
These are 13 and 14-year-olds, Robert. How does that make you feel, buddy?
Well, and a huge hats off. Easton was out there in the snow and weather, and he broke his back putting this course together. Him and Dylan Suarez went out there yesterday, and they literally hiked all the way up stage 2, came down 1 and 3, and marked it all in the weather and everything. So huge hats off to those guys for helping us out, and then throw down some heaters today. I'm excited. Let's see the rest of the stages keep pouring in, but yeah, we've got a ton of kids pouring in now.
You know, and there's not a bad time on that list, to be honest with you. I mean, they're all sub 4:30 right now, which is just amazing. So the 15, 16-year-old girls, we had a top time of 3:45.8 from Carly Howell. And then a Brooklyn Johnson from Idaho at 4:15.1. These are great times, Robert.
It's insane. I mean, the top 4 girls there were cooking. Super, super competitive. Looking at the times now from the 15 to 16. If you guys aren't looking at this and you're not impressed, then you don't know. You might not even have a pulse as far as I'm concerned. Like, this is impressive. Like 3:24.6 for the winning 15-16 boys by Danny Van Stone. Stage 1, it's going to be exciting. I'm curious to see the difference between stage 1 and stage 3 because they're different stages.
I was just going to say that. It's going to be cool to watch how they hold those positions or not hold them when they hit these different stages. To be honest with you, that's stage 2, which again we don't get to film and see, but the beginning of that yes ma'am, is a technical. You've got to decide how much brake you're going to use or whether you're just going to let go and try to survive that first tenth of a mile down. That is just steep and rocky.
Definitely some good line choices in there. You got to set yourself up early. There's a high line and a low line, and in a couple different spots you're definitely taking the low line to get back to the high line, and it's interesting. And sometimes if you're pushing too hard, you slip out of that line that you wanted, and then you're forced into a different option.
You know, and about halfway down that stage 2, there's another chute that really kind of shoots you out pretty quick too, where you're riding along through some pretty technical rock, and then it opens up and drops you down through that chute as well.
That's fun. That's a huge spectator spot right there. All the parents camp out right there at the bottom. It's literally like 50 feet from the roadway, so they can just see it and get to it. So it's cool, exciting. Look at these kids going. I mean, screen 4 up there. The kid's ripping.
Yep, he is ripping it.
He's sending it. There we go. We just switched over.
You know, and the bike looks bigger than him, and he's just flying on that thing.
Exactly. He must be on those new 32-inch tires thanks to Maxxis, but whatever.
Oh, is that going to take over? I don't know. That's scary. If you'd have told me to have been on 29ers, though, you know, when I was riding in the 80s and 90s, you'd have probably said no way either. Because 26s seem big. So...
Yeah, so I just got a sign from Alex, head scorekeeper. He just gave us 1 minute, 60 seconds, and we're starting stage 2. And that's how quickly we move through the days here. You know, I mean, this is a very fast-paced race. We get all levels of riders out on the course. This isn't like a cross-country event. And I'm not knocking on cross-country. I know it sounds like that. I am a cross-country. I raced professionally cross-country for many years. I know it very well, but it's just a totally different format. You know, you're banging elbows. We start 8, 10 wide kind of thing. And it's just not that here. So I'm still very partial to cross-country. It may not come off like that, but yeah, it's definitely a totally different format of racing. But here we're going to get everybody done, and if we're starting stage 2 already, we're an hour and a half into the day of racing. We will be moving quick. So we'll be done by about 2, probably awards 2:30, 3 o'clock-ish.
I love that. We just had a kid do a tail whip on that. What we've been saying, and what we've been saying is a G out, and they're tail whipping off of it.
Exactly.
Great kids.
You and I are trying to get through it, not get bucked.
No.
But these kids are just the talent of these kids is just unimaginable for even 5 years ago, but really 10, 15 years ago.
Absolutely. It's just crazy to watch how this sport is progressing and the amount of bikes and the technology on bikes. What did you want to see
Scroll back down there. Look at that. Like, not to move on, but the 17, 18 girls almost has more people in it than the boys. That's
good to see.
I'm appreciative
Absolutely.
for that. And I know Austin did a huge live stream up at Cedar about, women in mountain biking and stuff, and it's alive and well. And again, like, I just want to keep silencing everybody that says Enduro's dying, Enduro's dead, or whatever variant you want of that. It is not, and we are here today to prove the opposite.
Yeah, that Aaron Aston that we talked about earlier, fantastic time at 3:49.1.
But look how close second place was with Mary right there.
Yeah, right. Less than, about a second and a half behind it, 3:50.8.
It's incredible.
So, yeah.
Tight racing. So it's not only do we have a bigger fields, it's super tight racing for these gals. I mean, it's cool. They're coming out, and they were out here practicing yesterday. I saw them, and it's awesome to see them putting in the time and dedication. They don't just show up in the morning and have flat tires. They're coming prepared, and they're working on their bikes and tinkering all night.
That's the other part I love to. We talked a little bit about that earlier, about how they have to take care of their bikes and get them ready to race. And that's a huge part of mountain biking these days, is you got to be a little bit of a trail mechanic sometimes, out there changing tires or adjusting your shifting and all the things that go into this modern day mountain bikes.
And a lot of times these kids know extremely well, with having a shop as well too. Like, they'll come in and they know exactly what's wrong with their bike and what needs to be done to it, where, I don't know, a lot of adults that come in and go, I don't know, it's making a noise. It's kind of like your car. It's making a clanking from underneath. Well, where's the underneath?
Yeah.
So, no, it's incredible. I mean, the knowledge base that they have, the skills, the training that they put in.
Yep.
I honestly can't keep saying it enough. I'm just constantly in awe of these kids and the effort that they put in, but also the family and the shops and everybody that supports them.
Absolutely, because we know that mountain biking's not necessarily cheap.
No. But there's a lot of good options out there these days. I mean, there's a lot of good ways to get bikes. Common Sol's doing a fantastic thing. Ari, these consumer direct programs, like even owning a bike shop ourselves, it's cool to see these other possibilities, and which is really opening up the horizon of kids getting out here and looking out the window. I mean, there's a lot of different brands going by. I keep seeing Common Sols, seen a bunch of Specialized, of course, Santa Cruz, a few Intenses out here. A couple of those came through our shop, I know for a fact, but he got off course there real quick, but he got back on.
I was just going to say, that's a hard corner when I come around there with you carrying a little bit of speed. So you have to navigate.
And I like that they're wearing the moto pants, right? Like, they're wearing something, the protection, and we do definitely encourage that out here. We have the rules. We try to keep them pretty light intentionally, but we do like to keep the kids protected. The biggest thing that usually comes out of these is some abrasions, and trust me, they're like little Gumby dolls out there. These kids bounce right up and keep going.
I know.
Look at that bike. It's like twice the size of him. He's doing awesome.
Here he's going to come to this
Look
G-out
how
jump.
fast.
Look at that. Yep. He probably jumped 4 or 5 feet right there.
At least.
Yep.
So exciting.
And again,
we
great.
got to be getting down into the 10 to 12s now, it looks like. And there's a few parents at the top of the hill. We have the mom and dad support class. They'll follow after the kids. They don't go right with them. And
we do have a 10-12. 3:31, Robert. 10 to 12.
And that's a Wooten right there.
Flat.
Corbin Wooten. It's Cam Wooten's his dad, and they're out of St. George, and they've been doing races for years. They have kids continually progressing, but to throw down a 3:31.0
at that age,
those kids are rippers.
I was just going to say, that's got to be rivaling some of our best times here. I
Yeah.
know our best time is 3:19, so what is that, 12 seconds off the best time at age 10 or 12?
At age 10 or 12.
Yeah.
I think Corbin, if I'm not mistaken, is 11.
Okay.
Don't have that in front of me right now, but there goes one of the dads. So I tell you what, Cody, you've been doing such a fantastic job here. I'm going to jump off the headset for a little bit. I'm going to help move gear so we can get stage 3 going, because seeing the moms and dads support classes coming down means we're about done with stage 1 already. And like I said, what are we, an hour and 40 minutes into it? So,
yep. Well, hey, I appreciate it. Hope you get a chance to come back and talk some more. Well, in the meantime, I'll try to give more of these riders some love with their names and where they're from as they come down, and maybe I can feed out a lot of names in the next stage. So while we won't have as much filming, but I'll be able to give a little more information.
Well, thanks everybody for tuning in. We really appreciate it. Thanks to Insider MTB, Cody Christensen, who's dedicated a couple days to come out here and help us sound check and get this thing dialed in for you guys. We hope you guys are really appreciating it. Like I said, I'm going to jump out for a few minutes, get things set up for stage 3 and help out our crew, but we appreciate you guys tuning in. Pink Bike for putting us on the front page. That's awesome. We have, last I checked, like hundreds of viewers between the several different channels watching it right now. It'll be available on either Insider MTB or Big Mountain Enduro, and you can watch the replay there, and you can live it. Show the kids, show the family, show the friends, share this thing, show them Enduro is alive and well. Thank you, guys. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Robert. Thanks for coming in and spending some time with us. And we got these young riders coming down the hill right now. We had one time 10 to 12-year-old boys come in at 3:31 flat. That is an incredible time for these young riders of really any age to come down at that speed. So appreciate Corbin Wooten for giving us that first time at the 10 to 12-year-old. And then we will finish up with some 10 to 12-year-old girls that will be coming down as well. We have a young girl right now flying down that course. She just hit that course. Hold on a second, lost some of my stages here. Anyway, fantastic riders we have coming down this course. Amazing to see the amount of talent and speed that is coming down. I'm so thankful that Robert was able to come in, the Youth Enduro Series owner and operator of these great series. He also runs Big Mountain Enduro, and excited to follow them this year as they go throughout the country and provide these races to these young riders and to the adults as well. Got a great view of a young rider coming down to this jump. Nice little tail whip as he comes through. Great little rider. Have a little bit of a problem here with trying to find out exactly who's on the course. As we were talking about earlier, this course is got a little bit of pedal sections, but most of it you can carry quite a bit of speed through some of it. Some of it you want to scrub before you come to a corner, or some of these G-out jumps. He's young. He's about to hit this jump right here. Nice. And some of those, trying to decide whether it's better to jump it or scrub it to keep your speed up. Depends on what's on the other side. Again, riders dropping one after another. As Robert and I were just joking, some of these riders are just tiny. Their bikes look bigger than them, but they can handle them. They certainly can handle them. As this young rider comes up, nice jump, clears it. And if you're going to clear it, then it's much better to take that jump. If you're not going to clear it, it's better to scrub it. Another bottom out right here coming through. Again, look at the size of these young riders, just peeling out and coming off down this mountain, pedaling when they get a chance. It's impressive. As someone who rides, I'm 53 years old now, so I don't ride as crazy as I once did, but know these trails well, and I know the kind of challenges that some of these features give these young riders. As we were just talking about, we're getting ready to enter stage 2, and during stage 2 I'd like to give out a lot more names and where they're from and let you know a little bit about these riders. Just had a great rider finish there on the finish line. They are dropping in one after another. And we have some following behind, making sure. These are parents that get to 10. We only have 10 riders left to drop stage 1. I just got a message, so we are moving fast. So we got a support rider here behind this young rider. see if the support rider can keep up. It's just awesome to see this. What other sport you get to see a parent just following down and helping these young riders become riders on their own and making sure that they get down. Looks like we're down to 1 here at the top, getting ready to launch. When we get to stage 2, we will be able to start combining times and give you not only where they're at, but how well they're doing. Overall, we've had, by my count, Robert mentioned a lot less, but I have a list here that says 224. I think he way underestimated how many he actually had riding today. There was quite a flurry of signups right at the end that I'm not sure he got to see. So we appreciate all those that came out and managed this crazy weather we had yesterday with snow and coming here to finish. This first curve, we've seen at least one accident on it. This young rider's coming through, managing their speed through that. These young riders are impressive. We'll drop back down to this 10 and 12-year-old and see some of these amazing times. Back up here to the actual names, let you know of who's in the lead, give you some overall results here. So the overall all racers category, the fastest time that we've had is from Mitchell Alberg. He is 3 minutes 19 seconds 0.7, followed by Jonah Trujillo at 3 minutes 20 seconds 0.2, and Braden Campbell at 3:22.1. Incredible times, and actually all the way down to about 8 or 9, they're below 3:30. So incredible times on those advanced boys. And then if we go here to categories, give you some results here. Can't seem to get that screen to come up, so I can't give you the results on the different categories yet. We'll try to get that back up. In the meantime, we are just about ready to start stage 2. As we mentioned earlier, we won't be able to show you a lot of cameras from those angles, and it's really too bad because there are some fantastic features that these young riders will have to navigate, but they will be facing a very difficult challenge on what we call Yes Ma'am. As they drop in, it drops down very quickly, and navigating 2 or 3 pretty hairy hairpin turns at steep angles. Then they will come out and have to pedal pretty hard through a soft and sandy section, and then they will actually jump on a different trail called Yes Sir. And at Yes Sir, they have quite a few features that has a chute that they must drop down through and then navigate a sharp curve. And then they will have a long downhill section with quite a few jumps that they'll have to manage. We're going to take a break here real quick, and we'll be back with you in just a second. Springs, Utah, just west of Cedar City, Utah. We are actually getting results already from stage 2. Sorry about that. Didn't realize they had started them. We don't have cameras up there for me to see when they've actually started that. So they have already came down that pretty rough section, and it looks like Mitchell Alberg has held the top time there as well. So he had a 3:19.7 on stage 1, and he's had a 3:23.1 on stage 2. So doing quite well, and Jonah Trujillo has also held the second spot on both stages, and Braden Campbell has held the third spot. So those three seem to be holding the top positions in all stages. So their skill set has come through on both stage 1 and stage 2. Excited to see that. We're trying to get the results for all the categories. We have that up here in a few minutes. We're hoping to see that. But we have riders that have come down. We're looking like about 10, almost 12 riders have already finished stage 2. We don't have as many cameras on stage 2. We might have one peek at a finish line, and maybe the drone can get up here once they went quickly right into stage 2. Our cameras are switching over to stage 3, and so we won't have as much live going on for that as well. But they are coming through live on for where I can see. We could get them turned a little bit and maybe see that coming through, but they come through right here just on the other side of where stage 1 finished.
Do we have an angle that you would rather switch to here?
They're coming in on this right here. Yep, we're trying to get a camera switched over here to stage 2, so it's just across the street.
I think he's setting it up over there.
Okay, camera 5. Yep, there we go. Camera 5, if we get it on our main view for these guys to see. He just stood up in front of the camera. We're getting it switched over so you guys can see these finish on stage 2. Just a real quick rundown. We've already had, again, Mitchell Alberg finish, Jonah Trujillo, Braden Campbell, Jackson Davis, Jefferson Hurst, Nicholas Combe, Tyler Christian, Zane Heaton, Jace Reese, William Lundberg, Caleb Askeroth, and Ryden Salisbury, Caitlin Scott, and Aaron Aston. So a couple of girls have come through there as well. Andrew Valinsky, Lily Stevenson, and Cam McFarlane. This is the all racers.
Okay.
Well, you're not going to switch your angle for finish or no?
Welcome you back here to Iron Springs. For the Youth Enduro series, we are well into stage 2. I'd like to start giving a little more credit to all these riders that are dropping in. So we just had a Jack Murphy drop in, as well as a Keegan Erkenbrack and a Davis Wilkinson. Excited to have those dropping in here. Let's see if we can get you some locations of where they're actually from. So Jack Murphy is from Draper, Utah. Keegan Erkenbrack is from He is from Eagle Mountain, Utah, and Davis Wilkinson is from Provo, and they're on the course right now. I'm excited to have them. We just had a Brent Heaton. He also is from Eagle Mountain, Utah. So quite a few coming here from northern Utah. We appreciate them coming all the way down to southern Utah to race this course. We finally got a camera here going now on the finish line you just saw a young rider jump the finish line here of stage 2. So we are well into stage 2. Kids are coming down very, very well. We'll give you some times and race results here. Mitchell Alberg again is the top time. The advanced 15 to 18-year-old boys at 3:23. This is stage 2, 3:23.1. Caitlin Scott is holding the top spot in stage 2 for the advanced girls 15 to 18 at 4:03.1. Actually, she's not the top spot on stage 2. She is the second spot. Lily Stenson is the top spot, so we have a little bit of a race difference going on there. Caitlin Scott was the leader on stage 1, but she's the leader. She's second on stage 2. Lily Stenson was the second spot on 15 to 18-year-old girls on stage 1, but she is in the first spot on stage 2. So it'll be cool to see how their stage 3 goes and how they pull that together. So between them, they are just a few seconds apart on both races. So it's good to see we'll get to see how those come together. In the 17, 18-year-old boys, we have Hawk Clapper has been the top spot on both stage 1 and stage 2, as well as Will Bybee is hold the second spot on stage 1 and 2, and James Stuckey from Colorado. So we have Utah, Idaho, Colorado, top 3 spots in the boys. Erin Aston has finished stage 2 as well. She is 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Excited to see her take stage 3 and see if she can hold that top spot. Ryden Salisbury is the 15 to 16-year-old boy leader on stage 1 and stage 2 at 3:43. And Gage Jolly is holding the second spot. They have both finished stage 2. They are the only 15 to 16-year-old boys that have finished. So we are well into stage 2 already. Excited. Try to give you a little more ride of who's on the course here. Since we last talked about, we have a Will Jager. And Will is coming to us from Will Jager is from St. George, Utah. And we have a Braxton Nielsen has also dropped into the course. And he is from Sigurd, Utah. Sigurd is a little teeny town north of here. Appreciate him coming all the way down. And Cohen McCleary is from Lehi, Utah. So again, a lot of support from northern Utah. We appreciate those riders and their parents bringing them down here to southern Utah to enjoy this course here in Cedar City, Utah. We are looking, our screen is showing us the finish, near the finish line here at the stage 2. Again, we apologize, we'll not be able to show you much of the race from stage 2 because the cameras are being moved from stage 1 to stage 3, and the race will just continue as they move through that course. We do have a rider that's coming down. You can see very well. He's actually coming into a section that we call the chute. Those of us that ride locally, it comes around and comes through a pretty rocky section. You have to pedal a little bit through, and then it drops straight down. And the spectators love to see that area because it's where they can really get a good view. Camera 7 is the one that, yeah, showing this young rider's cruising along there pretty well. He's coming down. Lost him for just a second. He's coming down here to the finish. One sharp little curve, and he's going to come off and hit the jump. There we go. Here he is, coming off the jump. Nice finish there. And again, they have a choice to hit that little kicker jump, or they can ride around it and decide which one is going to make them quicker, or maybe just one that they want to have more fun on. Another rider on camera 7 coming down. Again, that's the chute that he's going down right there. Pretty rough little section, and they really have to turn hard at the bottom again, and camera doesn't always give you the exact feel for how sharp that curve can be, but it's pretty sharp, especially if you're dropping down through there rather quickly. This rider is also busting down through there pretty quickly, coming also to the end. Coming to the finish line, here he is. Should be another one right after him. We've had a few more droppers drop in. We've had Jackson Adams. And Jackson Adams is from Ogden, Utah, a long ways away to the northern part of Utah. We have Brennan Adams from Lehi, Utah. And Blake Nagley, hope I'm saying that name right, Nagley, and he is from Lehi. We have quite a few riders here from Lehi. Appreciate them coming down. And then Van Wilkinson, and Van is on the trail right now. He is from Lehi as well. And Grant McCrae has just dropped in, and he is from Lehi again. Quite a crew there coming in. And Cole Henke, and Cole is from Saratoga Springs. And then Carson Chambers has just dropped in, number 164. He's from Garland, Utah. Again, some great riders coming in. Let's see if we can check some race results here for how well they're doing. We got one coming right at the finish. That's a good angle that we have. We can actually see him coming around those two last corners as they come and finish this course. That rider chose to go around it. Let's see. Looks like most of the advanced boys have finished, and they have pretty good times, 3 minutes 23 seconds, so a little bit slower than stage 3 for Mitchell Alberg. But most of them are holding pretty good times. Again, the top 10 there is mostly below 3:40, looks like. So those, again, fast times for those of you that may have ridden this course. That's a pretty good time for this course with its many challenging features. I think they actually finish a little bit before they get to this finish line, so you don't necessarily see their aggressive finish. There's a ending line before they get there. We also have total results for the girls. We have 3 girls in the advanced 15 to 18. We had in stage 2, Lily Stenson took the lead there with 3:58.4, and then Caitlin Scott at 4:03.1, and Kayla Alberg at 4:15.5. So we have a good race between all 3 of them, but the top 2 have actually switched spots between first and second for stage 1 and stage 2, so that third stage is going to matter a lot in that category. In the 17 to 18-year-old boys, we have Hawk Clapper at 3:35.0 on stage 2, an incredible time. We have Will Bybee at 3:43.6, and James Stuckey rounding up the top 3 at 3:44.9. We have one result from the 17 to 18-year-old girls. That's Erin Aston at 4:04 flat. And in the 15 to 16-year-old boys, the current top 3 for stage 2 is 336.2, and then 339.9. We have a tie for second currently with Cohen McCleary and Jackson Adams at 339.9. We, on stage 2, are going to leave this on this finishing camera as they are moving all of the other cameras, so we will only see this finished camera here for a while, but you get to see the end results of stage 2. Looking at other results here, we have still coming up, we still have the 15 and 16-year-old girls, the 13 and 14-year-old boys, and then the 13 and 14-year-old girls, and then the 10 and 12-year-old boys. Again, some fantastic times that we had from those 10 to 12-year-old boys on stage 1. Excited to see how fast they managed stage 2. If I was to pick which stage was more difficult, I would definitely say stage 2 is for my particular riding style. But as we've seen, some of these were able to climb the ladder a little bit on stage 2 because of maybe their skill set being a little bit different. And so a lot of riders coming in here to finish. And I think you're seeing the finish time is actually right before that tree, so you won't see them necessarily come across real aggressive as they finish. We have them finish just before the tree there so that they can slow their speed down as they come into the crowd. Again, we are in Iron County, Utah, in a little place called Iron Springs, Utah, which is just west of Cedar City, Utah. We appreciate all those who have supported this race, and for Robert Herber and his crew for coming in and bringing all of this to southern Utah. It's great to have these races come, and it helps our mountain bike culture here. My name is Cody Christensen. I am lived in Cedar City now for over 30 years and have taught high school here for many years and enjoyed my time here, and it's great to see the growth of the sport here. In the last, probably 10 years, we have seen an explosion of trails we've been able to build all throughout the county. We used to be a member of the Dixie Mountain Bike Trail Association that was founded in St. George, but we branched out and became Iron Trailcraft about 5 years ago, and we've been able to build a lot of trails the last 5 years. And a big shout out to our Iron Trailcraft president, Mac Urey, and the other board members that have helped this to really grow. And this system that you're seeing, we helped Robert develop this series for this youth enduro program, and I'm excited for what it's done for these young riders. Looks like the advanced boys are completely finished now. The advanced girls are completely finished. Still a few riders to come in the 17 and 18-year-old boys, and they should be coming down now. Only about 4 left from them. And then the 17 and 18-year-old girls will finish up. We have most of the 15 and 16-year-old boys have finished up as well. So we will be finishing up stage 2 rather quickly and heading over to stage 3. And for just a minute, we're going to take a quick break as we have a break in the riders coming down. Appreciate all you listening live from here in Cedar City, Utah.
turn in Cedar City, Utah. Hike through breathtaking Red Rock canyons, bike along scenic trails, and enjoy a meal at one of our favorite restaurants. While you're in town, catch a show at the Utah Shakespeare Festival, a Tony Award-winning theater experience with shows going all summer. Bring the whole family for unforgettable moments, from thrilling outdoor adventures, stunning national parks, to charming downtown festivals and events. There's so much to discover in Cedar City, Utah. Check out visitcedarcity.com to learn more.
Hope you guys are all enjoying the Youth Enduro series. We're back here in Iron Springs, Utah, which is just west of Cedar City, Utah. We are getting quite a few results coming in. Just want to let you know that all of those results are on the youthenduroseries.com. You can come and see these for yourselves, but I'll be sharing those with you. Now, we have getting a lot of 15 and 16-year-old boys that have finished up the stage 2. Again, we're in the second stage, about 3/4 of the way through of stage 2, and then we'll enter our last stage, and we'll have cameras again going, many more cameras live for you for stage 3. They're being currently moved there right now by our crew, and we'll be ready to give you
one of our favorite restaurants.
better feeling of all of
At
that.
the Utah Shakespeare Festival.
Here is
Experience with shows
the
going
results
all summer.
for
Bring the whole
stage
family for unforgettable moments
2,
from thrilling
15 and
outdoor
16-year-old
adventures,
boys.
stunning national parks,
Danny
to charming downtown festivals
Van
and
Stone.
events. There's so much to
He came in
discover.
at
in
3
Cedar
minutes,
City,
27
Utah. Check out
seconds.
visitcedarcity.com
And
to
Braxton
learn more.
Nielsen came in at 3:36, and Cohen McCleary and Jackson Adams are tied at third for 3:39.9. Now that's what I'm seeing on my screen, but they'll be going all the way to the thousands to settle who actually wins that category. So that's 15 and 16-year-old boys. I'll give you some scores here for the 15 and 16-year-old girls soon as they finish. We do have a 13 and 14-year-old boy that is finished, Daxon Mortimer. He finished stage 2 in 3:45.2. Excellent times for someone who rides this quite a bit myself, and these are great scores. We'll then be getting some results from ages 13 to 14-year-old girls, and then we'll conclude with the 10 to 12-year-old boys and the 10 to 12-year-old girls. So just I don't think I had actually given these. We had a time of 5 minutes 31 seconds for 10 to 12-year-old girls, and that was 5 minutes 31.8 for Samuel Buckner and Annie Monker at 5:51.2. Again, these are our youngest riders, just killing it on this hill. We appreciate them being willing and ready to come out and ride these courses. We give you some time of who's actually on the stage 2 right now. We have on stage 2 right now is Carly Howell, Rachel Monker, and Liz Buckner. Carly is from Lehi, Utah. I think I've said that many times. We have quite a cute crew here from Lehi, Utah. Rachel Monker is she's out of Ammon, Idaho, and Liz Buckner is out of Eagle Mountain. So quite a representation from northern Utah and from Idaho here. We appreciate them again coming all the way to southern Utah to race with us here. We're getting a little bit more wind, and it's a chilly wind here, even though it's saying 49 on my thermometer. It's definitely colder than that in the wind here in Cedar City, Utah. We have a finished camera on stage 2 that is moving quite a bit for how much wind we're getting out there. Still waiting results for some of the different age groups, but the boys, 15 to 16-year-olds, seem to be the main ones riding the course right now. And we are nearing about 10 left for
Adventure
them.
awaits at every turn in Cedar
these
City,
younger
Utah. Hike through
age groups
breathtaking
that'll
Red
be
Rock
coming down
Canyons,
the mountain.
bike along scenic trails, and enjoy a meal at one of our favorite restaurants. While you're in town, catch a show at the Utah Shakespeare Festival, a Tony Award-winning theater experience with shows going all summer. Bring the whole family for unforgettable moments, from thrilling outdoor adventures, stunning national parks, to charming downtown festivals and events. There's so much to discover in
The
Cedar City,
overall
Utah.
race results,
Check out
just for the
visitcedarcity.com
fastest
to learn
times
more.
coming down. The fastest time is for, on stage 1, was Mitchell Alberg at 3:19.7. He had a stage 2 at 3:23.1. He is holding the lead in both of those categories. And then Jonah Trujillo is 3 minutes 20 seconds on stage 1 and 3 minutes 24.7 on stage 2. He is definitely holding the second spot. And then we have Braden Campbell was third on stage 1 at 33 minutes 22 seconds .1, and Jackson Davis came in at, or excuse me, Danny Van Stone came in at 3:24.6. But there was a flip on who's in third and fourth. Danny Van Stone got a little faster time than Braden Campbell on stage 2. So it's kind of interesting to see how those times may change a little bit as they use their different skill sets on different stages of the race. We are going to take another quick break as we get ready for stage 3.
Adventure awaits at every turn in Cedar City, Utah. Hike through breathtaking Red Rock Canyons, bike along scenic trails, and enjoy a meal at one of our favorite restaurants. While you're in town, catch a show at the Utah Shakespeare Festival, a Tony Award-winning theater experience with shows going all summer. Bring the whole family for unforgettable moments, from thrilling outdoor adventures, stunning national parks, to charming downtown festivals and events. There's so much to discover in Cedar City, Utah. Check out visitcedarcity.com to learn more.
Okay, welcome back to Iron Springs, Utah. This is Cody Christensen. We're getting ready here to begin stage 3 of the Youth Enduro series here in Iron Springs, Utah, which is just west of Cedar City, Utah, in southern Utah. We are just finishing up stage 2. We have those getting ready on stage 1. You can see those at the top of the mountain here getting ready to come down. They will be coming soon. We just had a few finishers here, 13 and 14-year-old boys. We had Noah Bigler come in at 3 minutes 59 seconds. Banning Stevenson came in at 4 minutes 25 seconds. And Cohen Alberg came in at 4 minutes 15 seconds. Again, this is 13 and 14-year-old boys coming in. Again, in 13, 14-year-old boys, we had Everett Rapley just finished with 4 minutes 20 seconds flat, coming into the 13 and 14-year-old boys. Again, we're getting ready to start stage 3 here. You can see the first rider getting ready to start stage 3. It may look familiar. It was the exact same start as stage 1, but once they drop in and ride the first maybe 0.2 of a mile, it'll split off and go on a new section they actually call Yes Rock, because it drops down through and over some pretty gnarly rocky sections. I'm excited to see how they manage that. Great aerial shot there of the starting line. This is the starting of what we call, then the trail is actually Yes Please, but they'll only be on Yes Please for a while, and then as I just said, they will branch off on a new trail that we actually call Yes Rock, and they will be beginning here shortly. Getting quite a few results now for stage 2. I'd like to share a few of the leaderboard in those categories, and the overall time, again, the overall leader in that is Mitch Alberg at 3 minutes 19 seconds, and on stage 1, and 3:23.1 on stage 2. Again, we have a great aerial shot of those beginning to race on stage 3. Excited to watch these racers come down stage 3. We have moved all of the cameras, and we are ready to give you some live action shots of stage 3, and there he goes. And Mitchell Alberg, here is our leader. He's coming down on stage 3. You can see that initial berm that we've had a few have trouble navigating that berm. Mitchell's hit it just great. This is our G-out jump that he cleared just fine. Mitchell's our leader in both stage 1 and stage 2. And he is coming to this new place where the trail will split off. Right after this jump, you'll see where it goes up the hill instead of down. So now he's heading into the up. He has to pedal up, whereas in stage 1 they had to turn and go down there. We have another rider dropped in, Cam McFarlane. And Cam is also in our leaderboard. He is Cam McFarlane is out of St. George, Utah, so fairly local. Just an hour south here of Cedar City, Utah. Some great trails down in St. George. And he is also coming in. In camera 7, we have our leader. He is bombing through that section. That was pretty tough. Doing a great job managing all those tough sections here. We have 4 riders on the trail now. Jonah Trujillo and Nicholas Com have also dropped in. Mitchell Alberg should be coming in here soon. Okay, we should be seeing Mitch Alberg come in, and he just finished. Waiting for his time to pop up here on the screen. I'll give that to you in just a minute. We are getting a lot of riders dropping in now. We've had Tyler King, Jack Jones, Jefferson Hurst, and Braden Campbell have also dropped in on stage 3. Nice aerial shot there.
Finish side, Bernard. Did you have PTZ switched? Yeah. Okay.
Camera 3 is our finish camera here. We should have it here. Here he comes. And we will be getting a finish time in just a second. Gives us a nice little manual as he comes in, raises a fist to the air. Great riding. And his time is just about to pop here. 3 minutes, 15 seconds. 3:15.7 for a total of 9 minutes, 58.5 seconds. So Mitchell Alberg, great finish on that. Last one currently stands in the lead. He's held that through stage 1 and stage 2 and set a great time, his fastest time on stage 3. So fastest time so far on all 3 courses. So we're looking at maybe stage 3 being the fast time. Got a lot of great racers coming down the course right now. Switch here to the stage 3 finish. We got Braden Campbell's on the course still, William Lundberg, and Caleb Askeroth, also one of our fast riders coming down the trail at this time. Coming through that rocky section, we see it on the screen right now. Again, these aerial cameras are great footage, but it's amazing to see what it looks like when you're actually on the trail. You can see he left the ground there pretty good on a nice little kicker jump. We have a rider coming in, finished right now. Give you his time. Jonah Trujillo finished with 3:18.6. Currently in second place with 10 minutes 3 seconds. And Nicholas Kalm at 10 minutes. This is a total for all three stages. 10 minutes 34.2 seconds. Nicholas Kalm is 10:34.2 seconds. And Cam McFarland at 11 minutes 37.4 seconds. Again, these are incredible times for all three stages. The stage 3 again was won by Mitchell Alberg at 3:15. He's held that. Jonah Trujillo was 3:18.6. Jefferson Hurst was 3:22.2. And Nicholas Kalm was 3:28.7. And then Braden Campbell just actually climbed the ladder. He went from the fifth place position to the fourth place position. So again, the different stages show different skill sets for these riders. Exciting to see how it changes the leaderboard a little bit as they go down through all three courses. These are great riders. These are our leaderboard riders coming down. These are the boys advanced group category, and they've put on quite a show here today. William Lundberg is now in the 6th position at 10:44.1 for all three races. Put in a 3 minutes 33.6 seconds for the stage 3 race. Again, Mitchell Alberg has won all three stages at 9 minutes 58.5 seconds. We got a few girls now that have hit the course. Erin Aston, Caitlin Scott, and Lily Stenson and Kayla Alberg actually is now on the course as well. So we're having some young ladies come down the course. Young lady racers put in some great times in their early times as well. It'll be fun to see how they come in here as we finish the race results. One more we have coming in. Cam McFarland has finished with 3:35.2. There we go. Tyler Christian just finished with a score of 3:28.9 with a total of 10:37.9 for his score. Great racing, Tyler Christian, also out of Utah. Currently have a rider coming down. Coming to this G-out jump section here. See how he handles that. Nice. Scrubs it a little bit. Keeps the speed up. Coming across the top here as he heads to where the fork is from stage 1 to stage 3. He's coming to this another little G-out. Let's see how he handles that. Again, he scrubs him, keeping his speed up. This one, we just had our first girl finish in the category of the advanced girls. Kayla Alberg finished with 4:04.7, and Erin Aston finished with 4:01.6. So some super fast young ladies out here on this course. The girls, Erin Aston is leading in time at 11 minutes for all three stages, 11 minutes 54.8 seconds. Actually, she was just passed by Caitlin Scott with a total time of 11 minutes 43.4 seconds. Nice job, Caitlin Scott, leading that. Try to get over here to some finish times. Fantastic racing from these young people. Just excited to see Lily Stenson just finished at 3:43.7. Getting hugs from her crew here at the end. Jumping in on the course right now, we have Jace Reese, Gage Jolly, Will Bybee, Hawk Clapper, and Mac Johnson. I've been following Hawk a little bit. He's got some good times for his category. Be watching him come in and finish soon. Will's waiting for a new finish here pretty quick. We've had a little bit of a lull there as we wait for some more results. Up at the top, we have, it's amazing to see what these different riders wear. Some are wearing shorts on this cold day. That's got to be a little chilly. It's probably comfortable to climb up there, but not necessarily come down. Maybe their adrenaline's keeping them warm. Not getting results here for a minute. I think I've a little bit of lull in our Wi-Fi, so I'll try to update those scores for you. We have some give you some times over here on. We have just joined the track right now is James Stuckey, Corbin McDowell, and Will Daly are all coming down the track at this time. Looking for their overall finish results here. There we go. Jace Reese just finished with a time of 3:33.3. He's from the Advanced Boys category for a total time of 10:43.7. Looking good, Jace Reese. Nice time on your final and an overall good score there. Gage Jolly just finished with a time of 3:46.7 for a overall score of 11:14.5. 15 and 16-year-old boy category. Great score, Gage Jolly. Great times coming in, and total time is 11:14.5. Ryden Salisbury just started on the course. Still waiting for times from quite a few racers that are currently on the course. Looking for Hawk Clapper and Mac Johnson should be coming in soon. And Hawk Clapper just finished with a 3:31.3 in the 17 and 18-year-old boys with a total time of 10:36.7. So great job, Hawk Clapper. Love that name, Hawk. We've had Keegan Erkenbrack is now on the trail, as well as Davis Wilkinson. They should be making their way down here at the top. See them come across. We're having a finisher come across right now. And that is Mac Johnson, just finished with 3:36.5 for a total score, or a total time of 10:58.7 for all three categories. All three stages. Good job, Mac. Rider up at the top, seeing across, coming across, trying to navigate how quickly to manage this. Looks like he's having a little pedal troubles there, like a chain came off. Nice job. James Stuckey out of Colorado came across stage 3 with a time of 3:43.3. and a total for all three stages of 11:05.3. Good job, James. Also on the track, we have a Brent Heaton and Zane Heaton. Good to have them coming down with their brothers, maybe challenging each other a little bit. Should have a finish time coming here soon. Corbin McDowell out of Utah coming in at 3:48.5 for a total score of all time of all three stages 11:19 flat. We've had a new rider, Andrew Valinsky, at the top of the course. Coming down this first part. Again, he has this little G-out jump here. He has to navigate. Little front tire. You got to maintain that little kick at the top of that jump. It'll buck you up over the top. Will Daly finished with 3:43.3 on stage 3, and a total time for all three stages 11:09.2. And also Will Jager has just started down the trail as well as Porter Eskelson. They'll be coming down. Ryden Salisbury has just finished at 3:30 flat for a total time of 10:47.4. It's an excellent score, Ryden Salisbury. All right, we have our Robert Herber joining again from Youth Enduro Series, the owner and manager of this race series. He's jumping on the line with us here. Some great times we're getting, Robert. Trying to get his microphone working.
Awesome.
There he goes. Awesome.
Helps if you turn it on, right?
Yeah, it might work if you turn it on. Braxton Nilsson just entered the race here, just dropped in, and waiting for a couple finishers here. Should be coming up. Keegan Erkenbrack just finished with a time of 4:05 or a total time of 12:07.9. Good job, Keegan.
That's an awesome time for the whole weekend.
Yeah, that's the whole all three stages. We get quite a race going down right now, Robert. Some really good racers coming in with some great times. Even some young ladies have set some really good times as they come down the hill and finish stage 3, putting them together.
You're the man with all the buttons over here. You're changing screens and going back and forth. It's awesome. I like it.
Here's the actual overall race results of who was leading in what category. So you can see that Mitchell Hallberg, he led in all three stages.
Sub 10 minutes for all three stages.
For all three stages.
Excuse me.
Sub 10 minutes, yep. So far he's the only one that's done that. But the next one that was pretty close was only 3 seconds off. Jonah Trujillo at 10 minutes and 3 seconds. So
that's awesome. And the advanced boys look like they're taking the top 7 spots right there.
Yep. And then that name I told you I love, Hawk Clapper. He came in there. He's 17, 18-year-old boys, but may have been one that jumped up or not.
Hawk and your family, you need to come say hi to me because I'll introduce you to Cody because he's in such an awe of your name. We need to make this thing a thing. So
yeah,
we're going to introduce you guys and get this one out. I think
That's
Cody's
right.
a little nervous to meet you, but it'll be awesome.
I'll be excited to meet a Hawk, a fellow Hawk. Yeah. Well, we have a couple we just had Zane Heaton finish with a time of 3:37.9 and a total score of 10:47.2, and Davis Wilkinson just came in with a time of 5:17.5 and a total time of 13:43.9. So getting a lot of younger boys are starting to come in now, and girls are coming in. Just had a crash on camera 7.
That's
that
normal spot. That is a rough off-camber, loose.
Yep.
That's where we were etching into the DG just to even get a corner out of the thing.
Yep. You got to manage that speed before you get there. If you try to hit it too quick, too soon, you will do exactly what he just did. Lose your front or back tire, one of the two. There it is.
That's a good way through
He navigated it.
That was awesome. This is awesome. I'm excited. I stepped out for just a couple minutes, make sure everybody had some food, and all of our staff. Huge thanks to Insider MTB, Brendan, and Brandon, and Austin. We have a whole bunch, like 6-7 other people out there filming, and they've been doing a fantastic job for us today. We're excited, bringing it to everybody out there. There's tons of people tuning in on several different channels. Pink Bike, we got Insider MTB, Big Mountain Enduro, all sorts of stuff. It's turned out to be a fantastic day. I know we were talking about it, but we were sure hoping for it. It's turned out to be spectacular. So thanks for all you guys joining in, and remember to like, share, and send it to your friends.
Hey, we just had a few. I want to give some love here to these that are just finishing. Andrew Valinsky at 402.8. Will Jagger at 346.6. Porter Eskelson at 336.3. Brent Heaton at 6 minutes, and Braxton Nilsson at 335.3. So
those are
some
good
great
times.
Finishes. Absolutely.
And cumulative times, there's another 10:38. Another
Awesome.
one just came in.
Came in. Cohen McCleary at 335.4 for a total time of 10:43. Look at all these that are staying below 11 minutes for all 3 stages. And that's after they've climbed the hill 3 times to do this, Robert. So, you know, that's part of the enduro part, is the climbing.
Absolutely.
And having and enough energy to come down and keep your speed all the way down. So.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. This adds such a good balance to the entire series in that they have to pedal. There's no lifts. There's no assistance here at all. It's just a totally different round than all the rest. I mean, Richfield is very similar to this, but we have 2 rounds that are no lift access whatsoever, and then we have several others that are all lift access. So it brings totally different people to the top of the playing field, which we like. And by the time we crown somebody a champion, we've truly found the best that there is. And it's not a Utah thing anymore. I mean, again, we have 8 different states represented in just this round, and we have something like 30 states represented for all the BME stuff. So a lot coming in.
Fantastic. Jackson Adams just finished with a time of 3:37. And Brennan Adams, wonder if they're brothers, 3:45.8. So
those are good
if their
times.
brothers are related, they're probably going to be joshing each other here in just a minute with a
All right,
8-second difference.
I'll joss you too then. What's your time on Sidewinders?
You know, I don't even know exactly, to be honest with you. I have to look up Strava. I mean, I'm
gonna
not
look you
even
up.
just saying that to be embarrassed. I'm sure it's not anywhere near these boys, but Sidewinders would be a pretty good time. They fly pretty good, but nothing like these kids are doing today.
Well, that's awesome. Blake Nagel just came in with Advanced Boys 15 to 18 with a 333.5, which makes it a 1039.4. And I only laugh because we know this place too well. And to go sub 11 minutes for 3 stages, these kids are pinned out there. Max heart rates, it's awesome.
Absolutely. Van Wilkinson just finished at 335.1 for a total of 10:52 flat.
And I love this part about Youth Enduro. We got a kid up there negotiating with our starter, and I'm sure they're talking about technique in a corner. Kevin, I believe, is running that stage start, and he's chatting with them. Yeah, that's what's so fun about this. You know, the tensions aren't high. It's not all pressure on one run, and everybody's just out here to have a great time. It's so cool to see these kids. I just get so fired up.
Good. Grant McCrae just came in at 328. Again, we are still sub 11 for all of these. Are 15 to 16-year-old boys that are coming in as well. So
we got to start seeing some of the girls come through here pretty quick.
We actually have had some of the girls come through. The Erin that we talked about earlier came through. We could go back and maybe get some of those times for you.
Let's see that. Oh, somebody's taking that corner. Look at that. These guys are mastering this corner. That camera 7 is one of my favorite angles we've got here. No offense to Austin on the drone, but camera 7's pretty cool, and that's that corner that's super steep. We just chipped that trail in, literally.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's fun to see this. These kids are just taking it.
I heard the crew calling that Yes Rock. We haven't named it yet, right? But I heard them calling it Yes Rock. So I've
lost track of all the yeses.
I told him to call it. Oh, there he goes. Another one goes down on that corner. So again, they got to learn to maybe control that speed before they get to the curve, because if you wait till you're already turning, it's a little too late. So
you really have to check up on that. There's a flat section just before you get there, and you got to jump up super high outside of the trail path, and you're opening up that corner, go straight into it, and then let off the brakes and let it just go. It's a very slow, techie corner, but we like that. And look at these kids. They're just taking it. I mean, I call them kids, but they're young men and women, and it's impressive what they're doing.
Absolutely. All right, we've had a couple finish here. We had a Cole Henke finish at 4:01.3 and a Gavin Reynolds at a 3:45.5 out of Idaho. Again, appreciate these guys coming all the way from Idaho and northern Utah. Royal represented here at this race. Here's another one navigating that course. Does it a little slow, but he did it. Nice job.
Got a foot out, but he didn't even dab the foot, so this is awesome.
We have had two more finish. Kyler Alvers out of Nevada, 3:52.3, and a Danny Van Stone, 3:25.5 for a total of 10:17. That's got to put him pretty close to the top 10 of all racers.
Of them, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
That's incredible.
That is incredible.
10:27 for 3 stages.
That is amazing. Yep.
And it's harder out here again than the cameras make it look. Austin and his team have done an incredible job. The places where these cameras are even at are blowing my mind. I didn't know where they were. I literally didn't till now, and jump back in the comm car here and see everything. Like, this is insane what we're getting coverage wise for Enduro. So we're super excited to be leading the way, and these kids deserve it. The families deserve it. I stepped out for a few minutes while they were doing stage 2 basically, and the tears that were in people's eyes because family members are joining in and listening, and they're getting shout outs of their kids and stuff. Like, it's spectacular that we're able to bring this to people all over the country.
Young lady navigated that corner almost. Wasn't able to hang on to it.
She kept it upright.
She did. Yeah, she didn't go down.
She kept it upright.
She saved it.
I love it. And that goes into the fast section right there. It's just a couple little turns to keep it from going Mach 30.
All right, we've had two more finish. Emery Martinez at 3:48.9 and Daniel Smith at 3:44.5. All great times. All of these well under 4 minutes. Some are just barely over 4 minutes, doing a great job down this course. Yeah, this camera 7's giving us quite a shot there of that difficult corner these kids are navigating.
And a lot of them, I can't tell you, I'd love to be shouting out the teams that they're on and where they're from. I'm pretty familiar with most of them, but they're wearing jackets, so I can't see it. I can't recognize the jackets.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'd be wearing a jacket too. It says, my watch says it's 49, but that wind and the little, it feels definitely more like 30 out there. So
it is. It's nippy for sure. I just ripped up to the top, take some food to the camera guys, and it's cold up there, those poor guys. And they've been up there all day. So honestly, if you guys are watching this, we'd appreciate a quick shout out for everybody at Insider. Just tell them thanks. They came out here to do this for you guys. Like, this is awesome coverage that we're getting. Never been done before. And I hope we're making some people jealous. But look at that. He got it stopped. That's impressive.
I think that's actually a she. I think that's Jamie Buckner, if I remember right, when she dropped in.
Even better.
Yeah, did a good job there. All right, we've had a few more finish. We had one finish. Pollux-Berg at 4:22. Again, just right around that 4 minute. You're flying down this if you get it in 4 minutes.
Well, that's exciting. So if we have some girls on camera, that means we're about to get some results for them here pretty darn quick.
Yep. And right now we're mostly seeing 15 and 16-year-old boys.
Look at, she got that corner perfect. She took her time. That was exactly what we talked about. She took her time. She slowed down. She kept her hands and feet on the bars and pedals, and she just made it right around. Kudos to her. I wished I had her number plate, but that was awesome.
You know, sometimes speed is your friend most of the time, but sometimes you got to shed it before you hit the curve, right?
Exactly.
So, we got quite a few young ladies on the course.
It's all ladies on course right now. I love it.
Fantastic.
I think every single rider on course is a lady right now. This is awesome.
Quick shout out to Legacy Blake on the course, Brooklyn Johnson, Carlin Howell, Rachel Monker, and Liz Buckner, all on the course right now. We just had a lady finish, Marie Monker, 4 minutes, 12 seconds, 12.5 seconds.
Look at that time.
Yep.
12:16.6. Cumulative time for all 3 stages. Congratulations. That's awesome.
Good job, Marie. We Got all ladies on the course right now. Exciting.
Yeah, there goes another. She got through there super quick in that corner.
Yeah, see, the girls, maybe us guys sometimes, we just try to send it.
They've
That's
got
not
it
always the
figured out.
smartest thing.
You know, I'm going to agree with you completely on that. They've got it figured out.
All right, we just had Kemmer Waddups, 17, 18-year-old girl, come in at 4:15.6. Again, these are right up there with the boys' scores. Many of the scores are beating the boys, so doing a great job.
Yeah. They've been training, they've been working. I mean, clearly this is something they've been pushing towards too, which is awesome. And I know the gals at the BME, they're going to be excited to see a fresh crop of them coming up. And we have some cool stuff in store this year as far as clinics and stuff like that. And a lot of the pro riders are wanting to dedicate their time to help these individuals out. So it's super cool. We're excited to have all these things in the works. But, I mean, they're doing it here on their own with or without the help. And even last year, we had Portia Murdoch and Cody Kelly out here helping the kids, and I know for a fact they're going to be helping out this year too.
You know, it just showed that camera shot. And again, the camera is showing you it's obviously steep because they're skidding around that corner, but it's even scarier when you're actually taking that corner. Having rid that corner a few times going, yeah, could we make that a little bit more gnarly or what, Robert?
Well, you were out there with us when we were picking that thing in. And to anybody watching this, and it looks like it's kind of a flattish corner, it is not. That's probably about a 12-foot loss through that corner elevation. And it is hard to walk it, let alone with picks and digging it in. And so for them to navigate this as well as they are, it's truly incredible. But, you know, I mean, this is the part about Enduro, right? This isn't a prime track. It's not bermed corners everywhere.
Right.
It's definitely challenging them, and it's so cool to see everybody rise to the occasion. Guys, gals have the biggest female field we've ever had. It's fantastic.
And Jamie Buckner just finished with a time of 4:54.5. Again, keeping it in those 4-minute range is just incredible.
Yeah, and those are our 17 to 18 girls coming through. Looks like we have 3 finishers right now.
Lacey Blake just finished at 5:02.3. Excellent race, Legacy.
That's awesome.
Beautiful shot of this racer coming down. Nice aerial footage there of the drone. Austin's on the drone making it look easy. That's not always easy either, to keep the shot on while you're moving in the air.
Yeah, well.
Brooklyn Johnson just finished, and Carly Howell. So Carly Howell finished with 3:50.3. That's a rocking time. Look at that overall score, 11 minutes, 37.6 seconds for Carly Howell. Nice riding. Brooklyn Johnson just finished at 4:31.4 for a total of 13:22 flat.
From Idaho.
Yeah, these young ladies are flying.
They were escaping down here to the warm weather, or so they thought.
Yeah. It's a little more windy up top. It's probably, ooh, look at that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sent that one. That's a big double. Again, you've got to carry the speed before that.
That's Easton Ake that just dropped in, and Nixon Eskelson showing some.
Easton Ake again, and to his family, a huge shout out to them. They were out here yesterday helping us, and before the storm got here, we got the big awning up, and Easton was out on course. It was so awesome, and that's what makes this so unique, is everybody gets involved, and everybody's so helpful and supportive. It's what makes this so much fun, and when it all comes together like a day like today, it's so rewarding.
You know, I think that's a great thing about mountain biking. There's a lot more camaraderie than you see in a lot of other things. You know,
everybody's here to help everybody.
That's right.
That was Easton right there. He nailed that corner. That was awesome.
Looks like he's practiced it a little bit.
I just caught his jersey there.
Rachel Monker just finished with a time of 4:45.8 in the 15, 16-year-old girl category, doing a great job out there.
We got word the drone's following Easton right now. There we go. We just went to it on the big screen, so we're no pressure, Easton, but we're all sitting here watching.
Yeah.
And he didn't get to do any. I think he did one pre-ride lap yesterday. Was it? That kid crushed that corner. That's so awesome. But yeah, he was out there lacing tape all day in the storm and stuff, and everybody else that was out here pre-riding and stuff. You know, I mean, it was a rough day to be out here. So for people to, we kept pushing backpack at pickup to try to keep everybody warm the best we could, and then we obviously pushed the race back an hour today. Honestly, to let it warm up a little bit, make sure all our cameras were in place and ready to go, because we lost quite a bit of time yesterday. But man, these guys from Insider MTB, they're absolutely crushing it. No, they're not paying me to say that. Well, maybe.
Maybe.
But our friends over here at Tri-State Motors, Dave Morris, in all sincerity, he's a fantastic friend of ours, and he's a big supporter. We have a lot of really cool stuff. He's going to be doing a huge thing at Bryan Head this year, BME Youth Enduro Series Finals. So we're excited to have them on board. We have Turtleback Trailers, who's kind of taken over the presenting sponsor for all the races this year. So they're doing a fantastic thing. They've got a cool custom overland trailer that's made for mountain bikes and stuff like that. So
I just saw that orange trailer you rolled in with yesterday. I was like, oh my goodness.
They're putting mountain bike tools on it. They're putting a rack. They're custom building it in St. George, Utah. And a huge bunch of input from a bunch of us that know the mountain bike and kind of what we're looking for. They have a rinse kit on there, and it has a shower, bedroom. The kitchen is immaculate. It's nicer than my kitchen at home, I think. So, yeah, those guys, it's super awesome to have them on board. And they flew out from Tennessee today to be here. So Josh and his whole family, thank you guys for coming out. They flew everybody out and here for the race.
All right, Easton Ake just came in, 3:37 flat. So a total time of 10:43.4. That's a 13, 14-year-old boys. Excellent score. He's ranking right up there with some of the fastest boys.
That's going to be a good time on the whole day on everybody.
Absolutely. He's got to be right up there.
He put it together. I think it was last year. He kind of struggled with the courses out here. He wasn't super familiar with them, so for him to turn it around and put in a good finish, that's fantastic.
Yeah, I'm showing him as a top 15 finisher right now, and that's with all the older boys and everybody together. So
that's awesome.
Nice job, Easton. All right, we just had Nixon Eskelson finish at 3:45.1 for a total time of 11:04.9. Nice job, Nixon.
And it's so fun because I'm watching the main screen, what everybody's seeing, and these kids are throwing whips everywhere and just having fun.
Right here on this jump that I just try to not kill myself, and they're whipping up. Oh,
exactly.
Another one. That corner keeps getting people. That's a tough corner. The part of it is it's actually really, really hard ground underneath it, but it has those little rocks on top, which is actually my least favorite kind of
It's the marbles
material.
for sure.
Yep, marbles right on top. You see that? Cleared that full jump on that.
Yeah. And that's big. That's 10, 12 feet across there to go. And again, it's not just the jump. It's you got to get the speed going into it, because if you mess up the one before it, you're not going to get that cleared.
That's correct.
So we got kids everywhere all over this course. Stage 3, as far as I know, Stage 2 is completely done. So everybody's on Stage 3. There's probably about a third of the kids done for the day. So we got their times coming in.
We should have another finish. Oliver Martinez just finished. Waiting for a time here, 3:42.5. Again, incredibly fast. 13 and 14-year-old boys, too. That's the part that kills me, is looking at the age of these kids. It's so scary how fast they'll be as they get older.
It's so promising to see the future of mountain biking is in good hands. These kids are shredding.
Yeah. Tegan Randall just finished with a 4:23.7. Nice job, Tegan. I'm really excited actually to see these little 10 to 12-year-olds. Their bike's twice as big as them, and they act like they're in control of that bike. So
they are. They are. And so you've been coming out for a couple years. You've been helping, volunteering, and you've kind of seen the evolution of the kids and their progression and stuff. Like, where do you see this is at now compared to what it was even just a few years ago with the kids?
Well, it's incredible to see these times. Like I was kind of like you, and I know that those original times I would come down and race a couple weeks later and go, I'd have been all right back then. There's no way now. I couldn't hang with these kids. I'm old, so that's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. But
well, I don't know. You ride more miles than most of us.
I ride a lot of miles, but a lot slower than these kids are riding. That is a great shot of this. Actually, that's a really steep section that the drone shot's giving us right now.
So that's where he's at right there. You can see on the live shot, it's a little bit of an uphill to get there, and then from there on down,
it is scary.
Yes, and this is that super steep corner.
That's correct, right there. Oh, and he made it. Yeah, he hung on.
All right, then it goes down around the corner, and it gets even high speed through here. But go ahead, give us some results, Craig.
Yeah, there we go. West Blake, another name I love. West, he got 3:57.7 for his Stage 3 time for a total of 12:24.4. And Wyatt Hornbaker got 4:03.7. And then we just had Liam Kinder come in at 4:08.1. So all great times. Great job, young men.
Nice. I love it. I just saw some different kids come through. We got Outlaw MTB team around here. I've seen a whole bunch of them coming around, so it's kind of cool. They're getting warm down here now, so they're shedding their jackets.
Yeah. Well, they're warmer.
He's ripping.
I know, that is flying right there. Coming into that.
Here we go.
In that corner, how does
No
he manage
pressure.
it?
He got it.
Nice.
You can see where the front tire goes. That's usually what guides the rest of the bike, right?
That's
So
right.
once he gets that in the right spot, it's pretty good. But
Well, it's the right amount of pressure of putting enough weight on that front tire that it grips, and not too much that you lose it, that you push it out.
And there's a big shout out to the Aspire mountain bike team. Tracy, the Fongers have been doing a fantastic job of that, and it's been growing every year. And what I like to see is these teams have been around for quite a while, but the enduro side of their teams have really been growing recently. And it's just been cool. I mean, we have teams that are bringing 40 to 70 people per round, and they're coming from different states, and it's cool.
All right, we had an excellent time from Brixton Mortimer. 3 minutes, 33.8 seconds. That's an incredible time.
That's one of those Motomart kids right there. I
Yep.
know that name.
And 10:46.5 is his total time. He's got to be in the top 15 as well.
Yeah.
Carson Chambers at 4:26.5, 15 and 16-year-old category. Doing a great job, Carson.
It's fantastic. There we are. That's the finish cam. There we go. That one was coming. There he's coming around the corner. Look at him pedaling all the way down.
There's a little bit of a jump right there at the end.
Exactly.
Nice job.
And some of them are like pre-hopping it. And
Yeah.
I think we're still in the 13, 14 boys, and they're negotiating all these things really good. And again, that camera 7, you guys don't know which one's camera 7, but it's that super tight left-hand corner. These kids are really doing a fantastic job navigating that corner.
There's another Mortimer kid. Daxton Mortimer came in at 3:41.5, just a little bit slower than his older brother, probably.
They're trying to stack the podium, I think, is what they're doing,
Yeah.
those Motomart kids.
We also had a Lincoln 2 come in at 4:01.1. Again, anytime you're getting close to 4 minutes on this, you are flying.
Yeah, and that's this stage. It has some super steeps. This is a mix of everything, but there's
Right.
definitely some pedal in it. And look at him. He got right around that corner. That was fantastic. And those wheels look taller than his shoulders.
That's what I was going to say. When they get down to these 10 and 12-year-old, not there yet, but, well, that was probably a 13, 14-year-old boy. But these 10 and 12, man, that bike looks twice as big as they are.
There's another Aspire getting around that corner. They've been doing some training with him. I know. I keep up on the socials. It's cool to see that they're putting in so much work and that it's all paying off right now.
Right. Yeah, when you decided to add this little section of trail, I think it was last year, right? This that we went over the top, and I saw that. I was like, whoa, these kids are going to be managing a pretty rough little section. They do.
Whoa, that was a big one.
Yeah, I think he
got
actually
caught
got
and
his.
spun
Yeah,
around.
I thought maybe hit a rock or something, spun his front wheel. All right, another Mortimer, Zayden Mortimer came in at 4:25.4.
He's back up. He's back up.
Keeping going. Yep. It's funny how,
good
you know,
save.
if you've ridden mountain bikes enough to know that sometimes the wrong angle on a rock just spins your wheel, and there you go. You know?
Yeah.
Or you just barely catch the handlebar on a branch of a tree,
No.
spins the whole bike in. All
Done
right.
that more times than I'd like to brag about.
We had 2 more finishes. Yeah. You have one that you have a film of me crashing where my hand slid off the handlebar, if I remember right.
Oh, yeah.
Noah Bigler just finished at 356.3, and Banning Stevens at 405.9. Great score, or great time. Jeremiah Calm just came in at 357.1. Again, these are 13, 14-year-old boys flying down this mountain.
They're flying up, doing such a good job, again, navigating these super tight. And it's funny because, like I tell to everybody, like they get mad if I don't put in some technical stuff out there. So it's cool to see them. They respond well to it, and they can handle it. And we try to still make it safe for everybody, but at the same time, it's certainly a challenge. This is not cross-country racing. This is not other forms of racing. This is enduro. This is what we do. And they get limited practice time. It's not like
Right.
they've been out here for weeks straight or have GoPro of every little inch of these trails. Like they're reading it as they see it, and it's changing ever so fast.
Well, and especially as we were just talking about, the storm, they didn't get to ride probably as much as they wanted to at the kind of conditions that they expected to see either.
Totally different.
So,
Totally. It's
There-
dried out now. Like you can see in that corner. Look
Yeah.
at that. He got it.
Yeah.
Even foot out. Like I do the foot out around there sometimes too, and it's perfect.
You know the old mountain bike days, that was the thing. They
That's
put a
what we
foot
do.
out and spun it around with their foot.
Exactly. Pivot on your foot.
All right, we have two finishers here. Derek Davis at 4:35.7 and Cohen Alberg at 4:05.4. Great scores, Cohen and Derek. Nice finish there.
All of these times are just they're blowing my mind. I mean, to be sub 15, really 3 5-minute stages, that's impressive out here. And then the fact that they have to climb back to the top of the hill, it's a big feat for anybody to do. So
Well, that's the other part is we haven't really talked about is that uphill is that takes a lot out of you. This isn't an
Yep.
easy climb. Like
no,
you know, the Jessups made it a little bit better than
Yes.
trying to go up that road.
Yep.
May have been a lot shorter to go up the road, but it took more out of you.
it's about half the distance there, I think. But to go up the road, but it's definitely not easier. Look at he's got it. There we go.
Nice.
That's fantastic.
All right, Everett Rapley just finished at 4:14.2. Good job, Everett. Nice time.
That's fantastic.
Again, we talk a little bit. Well, some of them wear backpacks all the way down, so
Well, they're taking their stuff with them, and it's good. They heed the advice. They want to finish the day, and it's just about getting to the finish line of the third stage, because then you have a time on the day. It doesn't matter how fast you go on stage 1 or 2. If your bike doesn't make it to the end, you don't make it to the end. So
that is correct.
it's cool, and these kids are so receptive, and they're so smart. And again, like I talked to earlier, they're so intelligent on bike maintenance and what to do and when to do it. It's definitely impressive. I'm blown away by them constantly.
Got a little glitch here. We haven't had a finish for a minute. Let me see if I can reset this. There we go. Grayson Riddle just finished with a 4:57 flat. Grayson out of Utah. Again, this is ages 13 to 14-year-old boys. Amazing what they're doing.
I like that shot down there. They're coming through the trees is pretty cool, and I think that's the end of stage 3 that's out there, and that's a really good angle that they have, the speed that they're coming through, and then sprinting to the finish. Yep, right there.
Yep.
That's like basically the last corner, just a gentle left and into the finish. So,
Oh,
up
she's
got it.
Oh,
She's
she
got
made it. She made it. Oh,
there we go.
there you go. Good job. Gage Smith just finished with a 4:19.3. Great job, Gage. See if we can. We have a few girls on the track again. So Rain Jackson and Izzy Ducurrent.
She's sprinting right there into that
Samantha
Gia.
Shepard, yeah. We got some girls racing right now.
She's going. Look at that. I love it.
Marcus Orzechowski just finished with a time of 4:01.1. Again, great scores. You get down close to 4, man. You're flying.
Well, and this is always a good sign. A huge shout out to our medic team that's out here today. We got Anthony, Christy, Brandon are all out here. A bunch of others helping them. But when I start seeing them come back down to the finish line, that means we're wrapping up the day and everybody's been safe. So a few little spills here or there, but overall everybody's been safe, and that's what we want. And, you know, it's a little different when it's kids and they get hurt, but luckily, you know, we survived another day and they're doing awesome. And the conditions have been perfect, and they're heeding the advice. They're wearing the proper safety gear. So kudos to the kids. Hats off to you guys, the family and friends that support them. You guys are awesome. We appreciate you letting them come out and play.
All right, we've had 2 more finish. Henry McDonald at 4:19.4 and Leo Stone at 6:08.3. Fantastic times here. Samantha Shepard, a young lady, just finished at 4:22.6. Look at her overall time, 12:43.4.
Jeez.
Anytime you're getting below that 15 up here, you're doing a great job. So.
And there she is right outside
Yep.
the media truck right there on our Motobacane. That's fantastic. Like,
Yeah.
it's cool to see him. And look at that time. I mean, sub 13 minutes. It's impressive. Everybody's running equal times out here.
Yep.
You know, it's kind of the great equalizer enduro, it seems like, and they're putting in the effort.
Yeah, for a while there, I was comparing a lot of those times. You know, like we had a few flip-flop from being the leaders, you know, and then they lost it in the second stage. So that screen is not up currently right now, but it's amazing to see how their different skill sets show up.
Yeah, and each stage tests them a little bit differently, you know, and which one they excel on, or have a clean run. You know, I mean, it's hard to put together a perfectly clean run and
do it to 3 times, yeah.
Exactly, and the conditions have changed so much in the past, not even 24 hours at this point. So it's incredible. They're doing a fantastic job.
Rain Jackson out of Arizona just finished at 419.5, a time of 13:15 total. And Izzy DeCurrent just finished at 431.9 for a total time of 1340.5. Again, you guys out there listening can catch all these on our website at youthenduroseries.com. You can see all these on I think it's just on the first page there.
Yeah, right there on the home page. We got it on the Iron Springs page and also the results page, but there's a link to the live results at Zone 4. Who's providing all of our timing today, and yeah, it's been good. It's been working really well, and sometimes it's hard if we don't have good cell coverage because it takes till they get to the next cell phone to basically ping it back to us. But we've had really good coverage today, which is remarkable because my phone can't make a call.
That's right. We are out here quite a ways out. Not a lot of mountains around us that block a lot of that line of sight. All right, we just had a Quentin Hennick out of Utah come across at 339.2 for a total time of 11:09 flat. That's a fast time, Quentin. Good job.
Jeez.
That's 3 stages at 11:09.
That's incredible. It really is.
Yeah. Again, the top time is Mitchell Alberg. I want to give a shout out to him. Total time of 9:58.5, so just under 10. He's the only one holding under 10 currently, but there's a couple right behind him at 10:03, 10:17. So some incredible times from these young riders. Jack Murphy just finished at 3:45.3 for a total time of 11:13.8.
And you know the funny part is a lot of these will go back out and do another lap or two this afternoon. As soon as they're done racing, they head back up to their favorite spot and they go do it all again. So it's pretty funny. They just keep going.
Look at this little rider we had on the screen just a second ago. Yeah, look at that. Again, barely bigger than the bike.
Sending it more than I do.
Xander, let's see, that's probably Brecken Alberg. Probably related to our Mitchell Alberg that's leading the field here. Because that little
it would make
Xander,
sense.
Yeah, or that little Brecken was just a pedaling away right there. All right. We've had Cash Hilton finished at 338.5, total time of 11:07.7. Again, man, anything below 15 is fast. You're getting down to 11 and 10 and 9, of course. You're just absolutely flying.
Well, and it's very difficult. So the difference between a 13-minute cumulative time or 15 is a decent amount, right? But when you start getting a minute below that, the 12s, the 11s, the 10s, it takes so much extra effort to get to that point. It's incredible. She just nailed that corner. That was absolutely fantastic.
Amazing. Trying to figure out exactly if that's Brecken.
I mean, they're redlining. I mean, heart rate through the roof. You're seeing cross-eyed as you come down because I don't know how much you've mentioned it, and I haven't certainly, but we're at 5,600 feet out here. So
I haven't mentioned that at all. We probably should have.
Not a lot of oxygen out here, so they're gasping, and then you see these AZ people coming up here, and it's a little bit thicker air down there where they're from.
All right. Diego Benitez just finished at 352.1. I hope I said that right, Diego. Your last name be Benitez. Fantastic run, Diego. 352.1 for a total time of 11:43.5. So excellent job there.
And for those of you guys at home, I know I keep saying it, but it's impressive. I'm sitting here in the media truck, and all the cameras that are going, they're constantly cutting between them to keep the action coming to you guys. Like, this is incredible. I mean, there's literally 10, 12 cameras running plus drones, and just to keep the action coming to you guys, it's incredible because we lose them behind a tree or around a corner or something like that, but we just keep cutting between it. So huge hats off to these guys.
And the drone just went back up, so we're going to see that again. We have
sent the drone.
Another camera. All right, Jack Jones out of Arizona just came in at 433 flat, 433 flat. And Otis Howe at 410.8.
There was one that's after the corner. It's the right-hander.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff that gets me. I do something really hard, and then I kind of relax a little bit, and then I wreck.
And that whole section is just fast, but he's going. He's going.
Limping a little bit, but he seems like he's all right.
We have a medical team member right there. It's probably Christy. Actually, I see her walking up
Yep.
right now, so that's awesome. We have people all over this course. Goal is to keep these kids as absolutely safe as possible, but my favorite thing is that they're wearing the proper protective gear, and there can't be enough said for that. The new stuff these days, depending on whatever brand it is, it's so amazing where the technology has gone from, instead of being old hockey pads, basically.
Yeah. Hey, we've had Xander Aston just finished at 4:14.9 and Patrick Matlock at 3:41.7. These are killer times. 11:07.5.
And again,
by the way, this is 10 to 12-year-old boys.
The
now,
10 to 12s with
in
an
11 minutes.
11:07.
Yeah.
Again, to go that fast, you are literally redlining the whole time, and you got to hit your marks the whole time. This isn't a supercross track where it's the same thing round and round. Like, it is moving, and when we're sending 140, 150 kids down it, rocks move, everything moves on the course. So it's changing literally from when they pre-rode it to now. It's incredible. I'm blown away by the talent.
Yeah, and that age group just blows me away. And Patrick, 10 to 12-year-old, could be 10, could be 11. You know, that's just flying down this course.
Well, and here's a 10 to 12. The main screen over here, he's going to be dropping into that super steep, but he's taking his time, and that's smart. That's what this is about.
Absolutely.
It's not all about winning the race. It's about completing the race and having that accomplishment notch on your belt, and that's fantastic.
Yep.
Picking his way through.
And you know what? The next year he comes here and he'll have a lot more confidence and he'll totally manage it totally different. And that's what's impressive is the progression that you see. Oh, and that little corner got him. It's just that, like I said, you put too much pressure on that front tire, it'll spin. If you don't put enough, then you won't turn, right? So there it is.
And it's the getting up and doing it. Most people will sit at home and say, I could have done that. But these guys are actually the guys and girls are getting up and doing it. And they're doing it when it's cold. This isn't perfect conditions.
No,
this
it's
isn't
not.
sunny and 75 and sitting on the beach. This is, my hats are off to them. I've told them this morning, I'll keep saying it again. I'm so proud of everybody out here. They've done such a fantastic job.
There's that Brecken Alberg. I'm sure he's probably related to Mitchell, who's leading the whole course. But at 4, Brecken got a 4:28 flat for a total time of 13.9. So good
awesome.
job. Great racing. 10 to 12-year-old. He'll be challenging his big brother's times here soon, or she. I'm not sure. Brecken could, I guess, be. That's probably a boy.
Yeah, they're going. And this is the end of the day. This is third stage.
Yeah.
I mean, again, like, it's these guys and gals are pushing super hard, and it's cool to see. And we're getting the little ones out, and it's a big day to go back to the top. It's 400 feet of vertical every single time, and not an easy climb.
Well, and honestly, the 400 vertical, you mostly do it in the last
half mile.
half mile.
Yeah.
You climb that last 300 of the 400.
A huge shout out for Jeff for cutting that in for us, the switchback climb. He designed it, laid it out, and did it, and that's fantastic. And that's, again, what's so neat about this community is that everybody comes together for this and the greater good of having everybody out here and enjoying it.
Yeah, when he told me he'd cut that in by himself, I was like, I'm going to go ride that, and I was very impressed with that climb up there. We've had 2 more come across. Colin McCormick, 4:29.8, and Chase Davis at 5:11.6. I think Chase is the one that crashed because he would have had a really good time had he not crashed. So that's what you were just talking about. Part of it is managing. Sometimes it's not necessarily the fastest because a wreck's going to cost you a lot of time.
Wow.
Did you see that
was
jump?
Incredible.
We cut away just at the last second.
Well, and that's exactly what it's about, is that they need to time it just right and put the energy output, and they got to save it. You
That's
can't
right.
blow it all on stage 1 and 2. You got to save
That's
it
right.
for 3 and have a good level playing field for everything. So, yeah, to string it all together, it takes a lot of competence, a lot of training, a lot of finesse, and there's tons of people putting this all together.
They're getting a little bit of wind out there right now. We're hearing come through the truck right now, so you can imagine that affects a little bit of your riding as well.
Absolutely, and they're tucking in different areas. So this is south-facing that they're on, kind of southeast-facing, but then they get into the open areas where the wind gusts can really hit you.
That's
so
right.
it kind of, look at how fast he's going down that section.
Oh,
That's
look
a
at
high
that. Yeah,
speed.
this is the kid that just jumped, too, so he's rocking it right there.
We got the drone following him right now. It's super high speed through there. He's coming around. There's that big rock you were talking about earlier that you can kind of ping off of, and it just sends you. It's awesome. we're just in awe.
Oh, did you see that?
He sent that.
This kid is
Oh
sending
my
it
gosh.
all the way down this course.
We've just gone silent just watching him. Oh my gosh, I hope you people at home understand how impressive this is. And this is like one of the 10 to 12 boys.
Yeah.
Sponsors, companies, these are the people you want to know where to put your money, where to put your eggs, in what basket. This is who to watch. Watch the Enduro. Their socials are insane. Oh my goodness.
Matthias Lamb just came across at 3:43.3. 17 and 18-year-old boy. Good time there, Matthias.
This is just, he's
Yeah,
putting
we
together-
got to follow this kid all the way bottom,
gotta
find
see
out
this
his
time.
name. Yeah, exactly.
Austin's sitting there shaking his head. He's on the drone. He's got this one on lock. He's sending it all the way down with him.
Trying to figure out perhaps who that is. Could be a Trey King or a Parker Dorius. We'll get his exact name when he gets here to the bottom. An impressive run. Hopefully he can finish strong here because he's impressed us with his not afraid to send it when he sees a chance to hit a jump or increase his speed. So nice job. There he goes again, sending it off a rock there.
And it's cool. All the people are watching. But a quick shout out.
Oh,
while
he's
it's up
gaining
right
on
there.
somebody right in front
He's
of him.
going to catch him. He's going to get him. It's a tight section there. He goes high line. He goes on the outside. And this is right down here at the bottom. This is a pedalway section. He's crossing the road right here. There's a snappy little right you got to be careful of, and then the left, and he's at the finish line. I can't wait to see his time. He's
Again,
so
10 to
gassed
12,
right
yeah.
now. I know where his heart rate's
Yeah.
at. It's beating out of his head.
There's that little
There
jump.
it
Here he
is.
comes, finish.
Across the line.
And it is Jet Black. What a name, huh? Jet Black. Total time 3:49.8 for a total time. Excuse me, that's a stage 3, 3:49.8. Total time 11:31.7. So fantastic run there. Getting some weird times coming across. There we go. Sammy Buckner just finished. 10, 12-year-old girl.
There we go. We got two on the big steep section over there. They're catching each other, but the kids are getting back up. It's impressive.
Yeah, and if you go down, I mean, there's several, 20, 30 seconds just getting reset and going again. So part of it's just staying upright.
And a huge shout out. I was just getting into it, but that kid was absolutely throwing it down. We had Troy Lee as a sponsor there, and I was just talking about them. And the cool thing was I was up at Cedar talking with Troy Lee himself up there, and he's so excited about the future of Enduro and where it's going. And obviously with their line, it's kind of centric around what they're doing. But how cool is it to see a guy like Troy Lee himself, and obviously his company, which he now owns again himself, to be taking a liking to what we're doing. And I know that we have executives from Troy Lee watching us right now, so it's cool to see. Thank you guys for the support.
There's one that's just deciding it's smarter to walk that, and I don't blame him. Sometimes you get that feeling like it's just not a safe spot to
Hey, and we talked about that at the riders meeting.
Absolutely.
There they go, passing. I like it. I like it. We're hooting and hollering down here in the media truck. It's in fantastic. Look at him getting that corner. Look at it.
Oh, that corner gets him. So,
but we talked about it at the riders
absolutely.
meeting, and the kids know there's no shame in walking a section. We have an AM/GROM rule in place. If they don't feel comfortable with a stage, they can always bow out, and they still get a time.
Absolutely.
We're trying to let these kids grow, but at the same time be safe for them.
Well, and sometimes I've ridden stuff 50 times and never bothered me, and one day I come across it just looks sketchy today. It's just a bad day. Hey, two finishers here we got to shout out to Miles Draper, 4:13.1, and Gabriel Stansfield at 4:12.2. So fantastic runs for those two. Parker Dorius just finished at 4:33.6.
We got three right there in that drone shot, main screen. Like, this is cool. These kids are going, and they're hooting and hollering and having a good time. And as some of the dads were commenting this morning at the riders meeting, it's Enduro rules. So if somebody's catching you, you let them by, kind of thing. We're out here to have a good time, and these kids they embrace that to the no end.
Yep. Okay, Vincent Mitchell just finished at 3:55.8, and Trey King just finished at 4:33.6.
And there we go. We just had
times.
a pass. Those three, that kid in second right there, or in the middle of the two, he just passed the other one. He's going for the other one. They're all out. They know what's on the line.
What is the time that they give on the start, Robert? I wasn't even sure. How much time before they send the next one? Is
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, we got Kevin up there. He's for those of you that know, he's an IA, and so he signs off all the helicopters and fixed wing over there at SUU Aviation, stuff like that. So he's very punctual and very accurate. And I will promise you, he's going to get a chuckle out of this when he hears it later. But he is they don't get sent on the 29th second, or they don't get sent on the 31st. They go every 30 seconds. And we've actually backed him up with our timing system, and I would put him up against our timing system any day. He is that accurate.
Yeah, they're, when you're doing aviation mechanics, it's...
there he goes.
Yep.
Got him. He is flying.
Yeah, and how old is that? It's got to be one of these either 13 or 14. Or Look at, you see that? He just pulled up and
so that's
sent
his
that.
Minuteman. So just to put that into perspective, so for those at home that don't know, we start every 30 seconds. So if you catch two people ahead of you, that's 60 seconds ahead of you, that guy went. So they're a good, for the people turning 3 minutes on these stages, they're a good third of the way down the mountain, and he still caught him. So it's impressive.
Awesome.
There he is. He's coming
still
into the
pedaling.
finish corral.
Yeah.
Right around the corner. That's the last couple pedals, and he's done. It is. I love it.
Coming right here to our media trucks. And his time just came on Owen Gregory, 420.2, 10 and 12-year-old boy. Flying. Joseph McCleve, 452 flat.
There's
Nice
a
job.
great shot of the area that we're at right now and how it changes. Look at how it's like sagebrush down to the bottom. It gets to the junipers, and then up there at that bald, flat spot up there is the old iron mine that we're starting off of up there.
Yep. Joseph McCleve. We've had a few come across all together there. Dragon Heaton at 546.8 and Matthias Brazil out of Nevada, so 422.8.
Look out the window. Look at that kid in the Fast House jersey. He's a tiny little guy, and they're sending it out here. And
yeah.
Again, these are easily black diamond trails, if not double blackened spots, and they're just tackling the challenges we throw at them, and it's amazing to see.
Yeah, look at that navigation of that trail. Yeah,
perfect.
I was wondering, sometimes this backpack maybe gives them a little extra weight for these downhill runs. Maybe helps you out your time a little bit. Beckett Wilson, 420.4. Nice job, 10 and 12-year-old boys. Holy cow.
It's awesome.
Yeah, thinking back in the 80s when I was just getting into late 80s, early 90s, these trails would have just blown my mind at that age. We had no idea that bikes could do that back then. So great job. We have quite a few riders on the track. Annie Monker is coming down the track right now, waiting for some more finishes. We had them all come in right together there for a minute, and then had a little bit of a lull here. So we'll give you some time as soon as they come across. Robert, being the main guy for this race, he gets called away, so I'll take back over full time. I like it when he's here. We have a lot more to chat about. Awesome. Lucas Conover just finished at 354.5. Again, another 10, 12-year-old. And I get to see them right out the window as they pass, and they are every bit of 10 and 11, just little guys. But, boy, they can handle these bikes. And these are, I'm sure most of them are riding at least 27.5, probably 29er, and they look so little on the bike, but they know how to manage these bikes well. Nice job out there. There's a nice shot from the drone right now of one of the cameras that one of the members of the crew there that's filming this. Right at the very top. He's sitting right there at that first berm when he gives us that great shot when they first come down the hill. We have currently on the hill Mitchell Alberg is still holding that top spot of the overall times. And see if we can't get back to this current race set here. Lost my feed here for a second. We're trying to get back to actual finish times. Sometimes I have to reset this to give you the actual times in real time here. So I have lost my finish results. Currently on the hill though right now, I can see we have Son McCleve, Lucas Conover, and Eli Snow. Trying to get back to the actual timing here. I've lost my timings. Just wonder if we can grab Travis here, see if we can't get this back up. I can see who's on the course, but I can't see who is finishing and what times they're coming across. So hopefully we can get those results back up for you pretty quick here. Maybe they're right there. Yeah, I lost that screen that had the announcer. So there we go. Perfect. Thank you so much. I want to give some shout outs to these guys that are finishing. So awesome. Ani Monker at 5:56.9 and Son McCleve at 6:36 flat. Again, these are Ani's a 10 and 12-year-old girl at 5:56.9. Young lady flying down the hill. Robert, good to have you back on there. We lost right when you leave, everything falls apart. So you hold everything together.
I got magnets in my pockets. It just holds it all back together.
Yeah.
But
Or the magnets messes with the electronics. I don't know which it is, but
exactly.
We're looking good back here, having the results here.
Well, Cody, I wanted to say thank you again. I know there's still a bunch of people watching. We want to thank everybody that tuned in to this. We appreciate you doing so, watching the family and friends get out there. But you sitting here and calling it all day, Cody, that's awesome. I'm about to go to attend to some afternoon duties here, which is getting the awards ready for these kids so we can get them home for Easter Sunday. So
yeah, no problem. So it's been a pleasure to come here and give out some names and give some love to all these kids that have come all the way here to come and race, and hope they keep coming back and keep coming and enjoy this race as it continues to grow. We'd love to see 500 people on this mountain at some point, wouldn't we?
Absolutely. This mountain could hold it, yeah. We'd have to do some things a little differently, I think. We can't be sharing courses, but, yeah, it would definitely hold it, and it would be awesome to see. So it's huge progress every year. And, again, thanks, Cody. Thanks, Insider MTB. Visit Cedar City. We got Tri-State Motors. Turtleback Trailers has done a phenomenal job, even shipped a trailer out here from Tennessee for the event. But I'm going to hurry up and get over there and get these awards set up, get the afternoon going for everybody. But, again, thank you, everybody, tuning in and watching, and we appreciate the support.
All right. Thanks to Robert for coming in and visiting with us and sharing what you've trying to build here. It's been an awesome day. Despite what it looked like yesterday, it's turned out quite well, and thanks for all those who stuck it right to the end with us here, and we'll continue to give you these final riders coming through. We just had Eli Snow out of New Mexico, so again, coming all the way from New Mexico, Eli Snow with a time of 3:51 flat and a total time of 11:33.1. That is an incredible time, especially at that age, 11, 12-year-old. 11:31 would put him pretty well in the race in most categories, but really rocking it right here in those results. Nice job, Eli. We are down to the last set of riders, the last couple categories coming through, and we're excited to see how they come across and finish, and then we should be able to give you some overall results in the different categories once we get going here. I think I'm seeing at the top that they have all been sent, so we're just waiting for the final couple riders to come down and finish, but it's looking like we're nearing the end. And again, thanks to Austin and all his crew for this amazing ability to see these riders from beginning to end. Don't currently see anybody on the trail right now, so just trying to finish, and we'll finish up this part of the broadcast and let you know the results when we get all those coming across the screen. of the different categories, maybe give you the top 3 in all the different categories, and give you some final results for each of the different stages and the overall riding categories. So we can see all the parents coming down the hill as well, coming to congratulate their young riders and do a great job. So we got a great day out here on Iron Springs Mountain. Thank you for all that joined us here today, and it looks like we've finished all the racers. So thank you, and we'll see you at the other side.
Adventure awaits at every turn in Cedar City, Utah. Hike through breathtaking Red Rock Canyons, bike along scenic trails, and enjoy a meal at one of our favorite restaurants. While you're in town, catch a show at the Utah Shakespeare Festival, a Tony Award-winning theater experience with shows going all summer. Bring the whole family for unforgettable moments, from thrilling outdoor adventures, stunning national parks, to charming downtown festivals and events. There's so much to discover in Cedar City, Utah. Check out visitcedarcity.com to learn more.
Give them a few minutes here, a few seconds here to rest up before they drop in. Again, we thought they were finished, but they were just getting to the top. And there we go. We have one just dropped in. Just wanted to give a shout out to these coming down right now. These are young riders. Can't get the screen back up to give you exactly their names, but they are bombing it. And again, these are probably some of our youngest riders coming down. You can see some of these things they're navigating, like this corner, and they are cooking and navigating the trail really well. We'll see if we can't get the action, your results back up. My computer's telling me I've lost zone 4 here, so I'm trying to get back to the stage here where I can see all their results. But not giving me that screen again, so apologize for that. But wanted to give you just a little shout out to these last few riders that got up there and just started the race right when we thought we were about finished. Want to give these guys some love for all the hard work they've done and the riding that they're doing. We were so impressed as they got the drone back in the air and started giving a footage of these guys coming down the hill, and they've been pretty impressive. So again, if we can get some names on these guys, we'll give you I'm getting a name coming up as Ever Heaton. I think that's who we're watching right now, and he's on the hill coming down at a pretty good clip. So and another one coming down, navigating this curve, doing quite well. Again, that curve's got more than a few today as they come around there. Pretty hardcore. All right, some final times. If I could get those screens to come back up, I could give it to you, but we will have the full results here online as soon as they come up. But again, we've lost our connection here. We're using a lot of different internet and things here to give us this information, and I seem to have lost my connection. We are clear out west of Cedar City, Utah. Not a lot of you can't even get a normal cell phone to work out here, let alone run all this equipment. So again, big shout out to all this crew who's made it possible to keep it running most of the day. This young rider's flying. I wish I could give you times and names for this rider because he's doing a great job. That's a great aerial shot though, coming in as he comes around to finish the race here. One final little jump here at the bottom as he finishes the course. Looks like just another racer or two coming down to finish. Camera 9, the aerial shot is a fantastic view of what these young riders have faced today. And little road crossing there that, yeah. Fantastic. The drone operator here, Austin, fantastic flying that all day. And you can see sometimes has to navigate around those power lines. Make sure you're clear above those when you're flying. So good job. It's been a great day here at Iron Springs. Appreciate all the crews, the different crews that came and supported this. Hoping you support these young riders as they continue to progress and grow. And again, I still can't get that computer screen up to give you the names of these final riders, but appreciate all the people who've came and supported these young riders this weekend and for supporting us through the terrible weather and snow that we had, getting us to this point where we can enjoy these guys. And we'll probably transfer over to the finish, back over to the pit area where they'll be giving out the awards. Robert went back over there to get those started, so we'll kind of conclude now with this part of the narrative, and we'll head over there and see how the awards go.
at every turn in Cedar City, Utah. Hike through breathtaking Red Rock Canyons, bike along scenic trails, and enjoy a meal at one of our favorite restaurants. While you're in town, catch a show at the Utah Shakespeare Festival, a Tony Award-winning theater experience with shows going all summer. Bring the whole family for unforgettable moments, from thrilling outdoor adventures, stunning national parks, to charming downtown festivals and events. There's so much to discover in Cedar City, Utah. Check out visitcedarcity.com to learn more.
All right. Looks like we have two last competitors. I'm not 100% sure what is going on, but I think one is a rerun. The other one, I don't know what we have here, but I'm going to try to fly the drone and talk at the same time for you to wrap this up. We are burning the battery. The heli fuel is just ripping right through right now as we're waiting for these two. But maybe we're going to go here. Maybe we can talk them into it. Kevin needs to give him a little yell. Oh, here we go. Here we go. There we go. That is what I'm talking about. He came in with some freaking pedal cranks right there, huh? Yeah. Well, hopefully this is the one that's getting the retime. I'm not 100% sure on the other one, but next one just went? Okay. All right, well, these should be our last two, from my understanding. Nope, yep, we just got the radio and that the last two have just dropped. He is cranking right now, huh? Giving it everything he's got. That's what happens. You get a little rerun from some issues earlier, and you're going to give it everything you got. Coming up to the technical steep section here in a second. See how they're going to do through here. All right, all right. He's clearing that. Clears the jump. Coming up to our third camera operator. Okay. Coming in. Here's the technical corner that usually takes him out. And he's got it. He's got it. All right, I'm going to pan the drone up. We're going to grab the next one. Look at that. There we go. Right into shot. Okay. Coming in. And looks like he's cleared it as well. I'm going to try to hunt down the one in front of him here. Maybe we get both on screen. No, there he is. We got him. This is behind the scenes from the drone pilot calling the races. Just the eyes in the sky out here. The Insider helicopter. Just burning fuel up there. Yeah, I'm the live newscaster giving you the traffic report out here. Live from Cedar City, Utah. Oh, do you hear that dirt bike? There is a dirt bike out here now. Maybe he's going to take a run at it as well. Traffic looks good, though. It's all clear as he hits the part of stage 3 there where the split goes off. We're at least past the halfway at this point for him. He kind of looks like he's getting a little bit tired, though. I don't know if he's going to have enough. Hopefully save some in the tank. There we go. Okay, now out of the saddle. Really getting into it now. Here we go. Here we go. I don't know. Is he going to do the drop? Does the drop. Okay. Here we go. You're pretty much into the final section right here, which horribly is the flattest section. So this is going to be a lot of pedaling right now. Hopefully he saved a little extra to make it happen. Oh, yeah. He's kind of coasting. There we go. Oh, he's in the saddle now. I don't know. Maybe too tired. I don't know if he can handle it. Here we go. This is how you get on the live stream. Just wait to go very much at the end. Yeah, it's our secret. Here we go. There he is. There he is. Okay. That's a clean run, it looked like to me. Oh, he's done. He's down on the ground. He is done everything he's got. Yep. Oh, we got to get the photo. Yeah, get the dog in there too. There it is. Where's his buddy? How much more? And there he is. Getting the last one in there. Yeah, he kind of looks like he's coasting. I don't know. He might have just went up to help him. Okay. All right. All right, those are our final two here for Youth Enduro Round 1, Iron Springs, here in Utah. I am not your host, but I am your helicopter, eyes in the sky here. Austin White, about to sign off. As you can see, podiums are about to start over here on the drone shot. Trying to get back on over here. But yeah, podiums are about to start. Youth Enduro. So if you are watching this live stream, hanging out, and you are at the races, which I've seen a bunch of you on your phones watching it, might want to get on over there. We got podiums, awards. Check it all out, and we will have a separate stream for that, all on Big Mountain Enduro's page, not on the Insider page. So yeah, make sure you tune in for that, and we're going to be cutting some feeds here in a second. Thank you guys.